Hello, everyone. I am here, and you can be watching this from anywhere around the country and the world. And thank you for tuning in. We will be talking about a variety of different things, and we'll be talking about things regarding the the trials. And I saw a movie this week, and we have some interesting Halloween topics and stuff to cover. So here I am. I hope everybody's had a great week so far. And I'm about to switch over so y'all could see me. Okay. Also, I've been looking into the pirate stuff as well. Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. Here I am. And also, shout out to all of you that are seeing this. And as I said, some of you may be seeing this as a rerun. Some of you may be seeing this live, and will be live tomorrow and Saturday as well. So, alright, so we have chats. Mary says, "Hi, Alien. She's having some connection." This was before I went live, so it has nothing to do with me. But she was having some connection issue. Okay, well, hopefully it gets resolved and you can be with us on the show. And also, we have Steve Kerfuffle, a very cool name, by the way. He has some serious thoughts on the trial. Okay, that's good. That's good. And he wants to rifle off here. Yeah, all right. Whenever you're ready, you can feel free to say your thoughts. And Ola Bina, good to see you. I'm glad that you are here with us in the chat. And all right, so what I'm about to do is I'm about to, as I always do, start the game and play it and talk about the different topics and things I talk about. And then after the game, I'll get into the other parts of the stream, reviewing articles and things and seeing about, anybody want to join in the show, they could. And if not, we'll just go and look at the articles and stuff that has to do with what I'm talking about and some of the stories, the scary stories for the Halloween season. Hello, Dwayne. Good to see you. Also, I think it's pretty ridiculous with with the people in the hurricane zone. I think it could be handled better with the relief over there. So yeah, shout out to the people that went through the hurricane. Okay, here I go. Okay. Hello, Dwayne. I believe I said before. I'm glad that you're here, Dwayne. I hope that you and Bina and everybody else has been having a great week and a great day. And I'm glad that you're here with us in chat. And regarding the trial chat, or we call the other chat, they went live today. There were some trials today, but I didn't see it today. They were on for a short while, and I didn't go over there today. But it was on very short. So before I could really get there, because I was doing some other things, they went off. Yeah, so there's a couple different trials going on, and I've been keeping up with them. Okay, and the game is loading. There's the game. Alright. Going to position everything. Alright. Alright, here we go. Alright. We are at Port Royal. Alright. So, starting off, I saw the movie Beetlejuice, and I thought it was very good. I, of course, didn't see the original one when it came out, because I wasn't around yet. It was 10 years before I was born, but I saw it on TV quite a few times growing up, so it was good seeing the... Yeah, I said it's good to see the new one, of Beetlejuice. It was very good, as I said, but it was a little bit shorter than I thought, but it was still very good. And I had some popcorn left over, and also in the trials. Oh, it's hey Primal. I was thinking about you the other day, and also today. I'm glad that you're able to tell me hello for a moment, and I hope that college and all is going well for you, and also I hope Gizmo's good too. And so, as I said, I think the movie was very good, and I'm not gonna like give away spoilers and stuff for people that want to see it or people that don't like spoilers. It's I respect that, and so it was a very good movie. They had some very good actors and actresses in it, and it was interesting to see with the modern type of camera we have today. That's good. That's good, Primal. And with all the modern technology we have today, with the cameras and stuff like that, it's good to have these. It looks so high definition, and when you see like the older movies, they didn't have the camera technology was a little bit different, and you could clearly see the difference. And also, as I said, I think it was well written, and they went to there's different scenes and different parts, and there was nothing political or anything in it. It was just a regular movie, and it's good to see that movies without anything with propaganda in it. And I recommend seeing it for people that are interested in this spooky type movies. Also, it was Beetlejuice, and Alec Baldwin was in it. I'm sure you have heard of it before. It was from 1988, but they made a second one. So this is the second one. So it's a sequel to it. You know, gotta be careful about. I've already said the name twice. We can't say it a third time. And also, yeah, with the trials, we had some past week. There were some verdicts that came out, and people were sentenced already. And also, which I'm still talking. I'm talking about a variety of different things at once. So I'm not like moving on to different things. We're just kind of like going in eclectic directions. That would be a good band name or a good rap group name. Eclectic Directions. And so basically, what I did was I went and saw this trial. This mother was deleted, and yeah, being she caught that. Yeah, to not say it a third time. Yeah. So basically, and the defendant is representing himself, and Capri Law, she's subscribed to the channel. She comes into the chat sometimes. She she's an attorney, and she was saying that the defendant was doing a good job laying out how he wanted the case to be defended. Like he just laid out the scene, what the witnesses saw, what they experienced. He was very respectful to the judge, but he slipped up a couple of times with the way he did his defense, because it's best to have somebody defend you and not you defend yourself. But he did pretty good, and it's an ongoing trial, and it was on today, but they were on for a short time. And I've been keeping up with YSL, Jeffrey Williams, that one, and that trial, as I said, in the year 2124, will probably still be going on, I think, which is 100 years from now. And like if we were in 1924, it would be 2024, but we're in 2024, it would be 2124. And also the state, the Miss Love, she was talking about how about the evidence and stuff like that, and she was being real sassy, again with the judge, and she was being corrupted as usual, and the judge let her have it. She wasn't putting up with her nonsense. So that's why and everybody thought there would be a mistrial. Now, a mistrial, if that were to happen, he would still be in jail, but there would be a new trial. It would be best for the charges to be completely dropped, similar like the Alec Baldwin case. The all the charges were dropped against him, and that was it. And that really is what people are aiming for. And the judge did not allow a mistrial, but the trial will still go on. And I guess in a sense, that could be interesting, where the jury can see all the holes in the narrative and all the things that don't really add up right. And I'm not saying the guy they could be guilty, but the evidence they presented in that case, it doesn't seem like it. They just show Instagram pictures of them chilling and being together, and it somehow has to do with doing RICO, which has to do with drugs and stuff. Okay, Primal, thank you for stopping by, bro. So basically, what happened was he was just, Steele was doing a good job saying his case against Miss Love, the state. And as I said, there just doesn't seem to be any evidence by what they're showing, and everybody else agrees with that. So like, if you have like a whole table of cocaine or something, something like that, like with Pablo Escobar when they raided him, and they had all that stuff everywhere, and they have tons of pictures of documentation of it. But this, as I said, it doesn't seem like that's the case, and the judge will not drop the case. Will not drop it, and she will not have a mistrial. And as I said, I think the jury will see that as a load of nonsense, but it's really unfortunate for the jury that has to be there and hear all this stuff going on, because people have to, be on the jury for a long, long time in this case. It's been a couple of months, and they have so much evidence to show, but, they just seem desperate. And Fannie Willis is behind the DA of Georgia. Atlanta, I should say. It's in Atlanta, specifically, in Georgia. And, there's all kinds of political stuff with that, which is, I think probably could have links to things. As I said, Ashley Merchant defended Brian Steele, when he was held in contempt for asking the other Judge Ganville about why he was having these, an ex parte meeting without the knowledge of the defense. That's not really. It's dirty to do that, because they'll say that they could take a witness behind the scenes in the, in the judge's chamber, and they could, threaten them or say this and this on the stand to make him look guilty. But that's not. That I'd say that's quite, in my opinion, against the rules. And also, Cynthia, that's here sometimes, also said that, they're not really supposed to do that. And when you hold a lawyer in contempt for something like that, it shows that, it's going in a bad direction, like a totalitarian country. So, as I said, before Glanville's off the bench, and this lady's, the new one's there. So, as I said, again, there are some issues with Miss Love, and then it's the same thing. They just keep going with the trial. And yeah, so that trial keeps going on, and a lot of people don't like it. The other trial with the defendant that allegedly deleted the mom, that one's still going on, and we'll have to see how that goes. And so that, with the trials that I've been keeping up with, there's probably other ones that are on that maybe I've not have been looking into too much, but those are the ones that I'm looking at. And a lot of the other trials I talked about, the verdict has been in and they've been sentenced. Were found guilty. So, and as I said, I saw the Beetlejuice was very good. And I think that, and I said it a third time, and that was very good. I I enjoyed it very much. It was nice to see the different people from the old one and the new one, and the cinematography was great. It was very funny, very humorous, and I'd say yeah, very good. As I said, it's shorter. It was only an hour. It's shorter than I thought, but it's all. It doesn't have to be long to be a good movie. And also today it was raining a lot over here, and I've been keeping up with the different news and stuff like that. And today I saw that YouTube, they had like Disney and these other channels I watched when I was a kid and like a teenager. They have these old shows on that I watched when I was like this show called Phineas and Ferb is on a live stream on Disney, I think XD, and there's a Scooby Doo, old Scooby Doo cartoons and stuff like that all on YouTube through these live streams, and that's really cool. Wizards of Waverly Place, that's on, and it's really cool to see that Disney and these other channels are putting rebroadcasting these old shows on YouTube live streams, and you see it's good that you see they have the copyright to do that. So what you would do is I've seen some YouTubers, there's some YouTube channels that specialize in showing like movies and stuff, but they have the copyright to show it. So in dealing with copyright material, it's now I'll get to the fair use thing in a moment because that's the elephant in the room. But like basically people that are showing movies and stuff, they obviously have the copyright permission to do that, and YouTube allows it, of course. And other people that don't have the copyright, they're not really either. Sometimes they'll do a copyright claim, or they're not allowed. They'll block it. So basically, what happens is with the fair use, I was looking into it, and yes, so say if there's a scene from something, and I said, "Wow, that's the fair use," to do like a journalistic critique of a work, and using a small amount of the clip. Also, there's attorneys on YouTube that talk about this. There's a small amount of the clip also. They don't say specifically how much, but it's a small clip. You could say, "Oh, this was really interesting. Wow." Or commentary, and some people don't mind, of course. And sometimes they'll just get a copyright claim, and I've heard of that too, Bina. She says, I hear people mirror the videos to get away with it. I've heard of that too. Also, tweaking the sound of a video. The YouTube thing does the not YouTube thing. I should know what this is called. It's actually called the YouTube AI. It can't detect it. And also, so basically, how the fair use thing would be challenged is yes, fair use is a thing, but to prove the fair use, or what YouTube does is they don't defend fair use. They put copyright claims and stuff and give everything to the copyright owner to do what they want with it. And the way you would prove a copyright claim, to prove that it's fair use, so in extreme cases would be to go to court over it. So YouTube does not defend copyright fair use. They don't. That's why they put the copyright claim. It would be between you and the other party, and they would, as I said, it could go to court, and they could do that. So it's more complex than just saying fair use. And it would be nice at some point that, if there's, a way people could get a license to show a copyrighted work and critique it or show the whole thing, I think that would be the most preferable situation. And also, it'll be nice if a lot of different copyright holders and people can see that we're in a different time period, we're in a different era, a very unique era that is a lot like, in my opinion, getting closer to the Jetsons or getting closer to the like Star Trek futuristic time periods, where we consume content a little bit differently than before. And I'd say it's beneficial to the copyright owner and to the person that wants to critique it or show it, that it will get a bigger audience and people could get an insight on the work. So hopefully as time goes on in the future, this copyright situation can be seen as a normal thing that people could just critique works, and it's not, in my opinion, the same thing as piracy, where they're trying to steal something. I'm not saying there's people that do that. And even if people want to show a movie, in my opinion, and with their friends or something, I think that, as of course they could get the copyright license to do that, that's preferable. But as I said, I think except for cases where people are trying to commit some sort of a crime, people want to show something or whatever, or they want to critique. Mostly, I'm talking about critiquing a work or a video. There should be an evolution of how we deal with this, and people could just do it, and both parties can benefit. Like there was iTunes, and how people downloaded music, they paid for it, but like $1 or something, or 99 cents for a piece of music from an artist. It would be good if there was a new thing where, like iTunes, when the iPod and stuff came out. So I'm confident as time goes on, we'll have things will change. But for now, there's a twilight zone between this time period and from the older time period, where people used to consume content differently and stuff like that. Because it's like you could broadcast yourself right here on YouTube, and it's like a news station. It's like a TV station. And it's so, to me, I'm very young, but to me, it's very fascinating that I'm doing like a whole network broadcasting thing right from this room with a tiny loggy camera, which is it's a good camera, but it's a very small camera compared to a TV studio, and I'm on this computer and everything's just here. So it's a very interesting thing going on right now. And also, I think that people need to. I encourage people to go live and do their own content, and I think that's a great way to connect with each other, connecting people together, and people being creative. I think it's something everybody should do, and we're all like a team. It's teamwork should be emphasized. And Bina says that's one of the reasons why I still collect DVDs and CDs. Oh, absolutely, Bina. I like collecting DVDs and CDs. And when I was growing up, I remember, you know, VHS tapes were used more, and Mary Tools didn't like the DVDs at first, and it was a new concept to me at the time. And, but DVDs, yes, of course, now, yeah, I have DVDs and CDs, and I think it's important to have that. And digital stuff, it's still, I'm wrapping my head around it still, but that's very cool that we have that, but still it's nice to have a physical thing that you could put in a machine. And Matt says, Pimpy the pirate looks like he has been working out. Yeah, of course, I agree. Bina says, thanks for sending me the info on Discord. I'm researching how to keep the video to make it a long video. Well, Bina, you're very welcome. I'm glad to help you and anybody else that needs assistance with these, how to do it. And that's a very good idea that you're doing that. Those videos do very well. Very well. And yeah, shout out to Matt. And it's good to see you. I hope that you're having a good week, a good day. And, on this live stream, it's been obvious that I have a lot to say. And I think with these corrupted politicians, the piper's here. It's time for them to pay. See, I gave you a surprise. It's time to mold the sheeple because they all are just clay. And sometimes it takes a little while for people to see other perspectives, but that's okay. Olay. And this is a part of the game that's pretty funny. It says, it's I can't thank you enough for helping me and Anne. Right. All that you had to go through in those wretched hollowed woods was more than I'd ever ask for of a person. But I've heard some stirrings back in that vile town. Mina, the village gypsy, has asked me to deliver a message. She wishes to speak to you at once. She said it is quite urgent. I recommend heading to her. Good luck. Alright. So, snapping necks and cashing checks. Another boring week in Freedom Land, minus the World 2 stuff. Bozo. Rome the Bozo. My coworkers used to call America Freedom Land. It looks like right now it all went down in a port strike can. It looks like right now people want to see a less of a ban on their strikes, but they don't realize the oil and gas stocks went and spiked, and it looks like I roasted the anchovy mafia boss that is in the union that's leading those people astray, and he's an anchovy. Matt says, "Remember that guy, Mr. that that said old Brandon, old Biden will have a major escalation right before the election to force whoever wins to be involved in this mess." Right. Yeah, it looks like, over there, I do agree there seems to be an escalation going on in the world, and, you know, yeah, it makes sense. And it looks like it's escalating, and whoever's going to be, yeah, elected is going to have to deal with all this hot mess. And I will say, with the world, there's a lot of wars going on everywhere. That's something that nobody can deny. And I don't even think Bill Nye would deny. And I see all the corruption and I sigh. We have all this problems going on, and there's also the strike, and that's causing issues with supply chains because people are panic buying, while all the corrupted politicians are high fiving. And the anchovy union boss thinks that he's thriving, but he has no weight to throw. All he is Little Mo. Hey, SC, bro, good to see you. Well, according to a crab over on Mars, Matt, they said that you were giving money to Iran. Strikes agree to a tentative deal, 62 pay raise over the next 6 years. All right, it looks like we have SC dropping some news right here. Strikers agree to a tentative deal, 62% pay raise over the next 6 years. Well, thank you, SC, for that heads up, bro. I appreciate you, bro. My dog. Same reason why we can't sell or give the Russians assets to Ukraine. We can only give them the interest from those assets to Ukraine. Thank you, Matt, for explaining that to us. Matt says we literally have to pay millions of dollars to take care of all the Russian yachts that we've repossessed. Well, Matt, that is an excellent point. Absolutely. Yeah, shout out to SC Wolverines. And SC, I hope that you're having a good day. Everything's going well with you, I hope. And I appreciate you here, along with everybody else. Shout out to everybody that's here. I appreciate it. And thanks, chat, for the information about what's going on. I appreciate it. I'm gonna sail around for a little bit. All right. So, yeah. So there was recently a strike. Thanks, Matt, for the information. I didn't know about all that about their royal family over there. Yeah. So basically, what happened was there's so much like stuff going on with those unions, and they were striking, and people are panic buying toilet paper and water. And from what SC says, they agreed to a deal with a 60 to a tentative 62% pay raise. Absolutely, Matt. Absolutely, they sure can. Yes. And also, I think it's interesting, as I said, all this stuff is happening right before an election, and basically, I think that it could be distractions. It could be them trying to cause problems right before they have the election to cause some more mayhem and trouble. As I said, this reminds you of 2016 all over again. I've never seen or heard anything like this in history. I was looking at some ships, but now let me talking again. Yeah, so basically, I think that a lot of people may not be prepared for certain things that may happen. So it's always good to not be scared but prepared for anything that could possibly happen. And I think it's good to keep on prepping. SC has done videos about prepping and stuff. and I have too, and I think it's important for more people to spread the word about what's going on. And also, I was talking before about how the AI could replace people in a lot of fields and jobs and industries, and that's something that people have to watch out for, because usually when there's technical advances, they've created more jobs, but in this situation, it's going to do the opposite effect. This is going to be close. SC says it's going to get hectic. You guys be safe out there. Facts, I agree. And also, SE and Matt, I saw the Beetlejuice movie and I thought it was very good. I saw that this week. And I've been keeping up with just a few trials this week because a lot of the people have been found guilty in the other trials I was keeping up with. But there's ones I'm keeping up with now, and they're still an ongoing process. One of them is defending himself, and the thing is, Darrell Brooks defended himself, and he was a jackass. Darrell Brooks. He did a lot of things that were not right, and he was not nice to the Judge Doro, and he acted crazy. But this other defendant that's defending himself, he's very respectful to the judge, and he's making some good points. But as I said, you have some people that are pretty, you know, they're supposed to have an attorney defend them. So we'll see how that goes. It was a guy that allegedly killed a mother. All right, we got some more ships down. So far, no damage to our main ship. That's good. Yeah, Matt, I think that makes sense. And I think it would have been nice if they gave more money to the people that went through the hurricane, because all those all that money could be funded into them. And also, basically, I think that okay, that hit me. All right, all right. So this, and there's some tropical stuff forming in the Gulf, but it's not something that's coming directly towards me. It may not even really be a hurricane. I have to wait and see what happens with it. I do agree with you, Matt. I do agree with you. And with the strikes that were going on, that was something that was causing a lot of people to perhaps open their eyes about the situation, and things that they could be doing differently. if something unexpected happens. A lot of times people just got to understand that sometimes, things aren't a coincidence, and sometimes domino effects happen right before an important event, perhaps like even an election. The the defendant was talking about to the police officer. He was like, he gave him the combination to his phone, but then the police officer said that it wasn't the combination. And then he said, you know, how did he get the phone? Like, how did he get into the phone? And he was saying they got forensics to get into it because they have forensics that could get into devices and stuff if they don't have the password to something. Yeah, yeah. Also, I was looking at some of the pirate stuff and the meaning of Davy Jones' locker, which I knew about Davy Jones' locker, but I was looking up like what it really means, and it has to do with the it's the under the sea. It's like the ocean floor where ships and sailors go when they get deleted. And the folklore is about that Davy Jones was a real pirate that terrorized the seas. So in the legend, there seems to be some truth about Davy Jones, but him being a squid monster thing probably was exaggerated. Oh, of course, was exaggerated. And also, they used to say like, "Oh, he went to Davy Jones' locker." They're referring to Navy people. All right, now I'm going to run into this ship directly. Yeah, so basically, I think that with Davy Jones' locker, it is it's an interesting concept that they had in those days and how they were able to explain like what happens to the sailors where they go, and it was very interesting to me, and I will be continuing to make videos and stuff about that. And because they almost like although it's just the ocean floor, they talk about it like it was some other dimension. In a locker, you think of like at school that there's a locker at school, but they mean like a locker in general. They used to call things lockers more back then. And being on the sea and stuff, especially in that time period where there's no modern technology, it had to be very freaky, but also very enchanting at the same time. And those people, it's like you're being lost in an abyss, literally. And it was interesting to see the artistic depictions of it. And like some people thought, as I said, it was like going to another realm. Like the Pirates of the Caribbean described it very well about like what happens, through the folklore, how it was like a totally different dimension. Venus says regarding the hurricane, they have to apply for 750, but don't have access to computers or power. Yeah, so I think that it should be more that should be given to them. And basically, all the money that's going to different places, I think it should be brought to people in those situations. And the hurricane spanning over different areas, these different states, I think it's ridiculous to happen like that. And I think it should be way more than that because it reminds me of Hurricane Katrina on some different scale, and affected places that were not people that were not familiar with hurricanes as well. Matt says that's what I mean. The government wouldn't have access to your bank account number unless you provided it, and that would need to be verified by an address. Disturbing money like this is difficult. That's true. That's true. And I'm sure that the people in the hurricane felt like they were in Davy Jones' locker, or were about to go there, because it was a very crazy hurricane. Venus says, I remember in Katrina finally made it to the Red Cross in Georgia to do the paperwork and get the info we needed. I remember the Red Cross. I remember when we were, the hot food they gave out. I know what you're talking about regarding paperwork, but I remember the Red Cross and they gave out hot food and it was very good food and they gave blankets and stuff and they're very nice. Right now, the first thing they need is the National Guard, lots of helicopters. Yeah, like what they do over here being during a hurricane. They supply a lot of National Guards and a lot of Red Cross and stuff like that, and people not having power. It's really horrible because I know what it's like. I've been through it before. You know, I think people in general that, were not prepared for it, the hurricane that happened over there. And because it's something that doesn't usually happen over there, it's more than just a rainstorm. You know, it's really it's like the apocalypse is happening. As I said, it as we're talking about the sea and stuff, it reminds me of things I've seen of being on the ocean. That's what a hurricane is a lot like. It's a lot like being on an ocean with raging waves. And it's really it's like a storm on meth. That's what a hurricane is. It is a big plus. Absolutely. And Bina says Red Cross was wondering during Katrina if they even furnished apartments for people who needed them. And Red Cross was wonderful during Katrina. And they furnished apartments for people that needed them. Yeah, very, very great. Very generous during Katrina. Bina says she was in the mountains, she was inland. They were not ready for that. Yeah, exactly. It was in the mountains, it was inland. They were not ready for that. Okay, yeah. SC, I agree. And YouTubers like Ryan Hall and many other people were telling people to be prepared and that the hurricane was going to. And I made a video about it. And it's like this hurricane was going to be an apocalyptic hurricane for the people in that area. But people up there have not experienced these hurricanes before. So they didn't prepare correctly because it's something that they didn't experience before. They just didn't do it. But it's best to be prepared and it's best to make sure that you do it correctly so you don't have a problem. But yeah, they just, they didn't go and prepare properly in spite of the warnings. Right. And all the people that could see what New Orleans goes through and the South goes through and the Gulf Coast goes through all the time, people can understand now what it's like to go through a hurricane. All right, they can understand it now. Not that I want people to go through that. I'm just saying that they could see it's not just a rainstorm. But the thing is, the way that it hit, you know, hello, Billy, good to see you. The way that the hurricane hit Florida, it hit it at a certain way where it still would be a Category 1 hurricane as it would go inland. And a Category 1 hurricane is not really much different than a Category 2. And it was a Category 4, so it doesn't have a switch. So it's not automatic. So when it goes on land, it's still like a Category 4, then it goes down to a Category 1. When it rains, it pours, the old man snores. I agree, Essie. I agree. And as I said, it's really, heartbreaking to see what these people are going through. Because as I said, I know very well what it's like to go through a hurricane. And, and the people were not really, they went through, out in the mountains and inlands. It's not something that they were expecting to occur. As they say, anything could happen to anybody. Like over in the West, there's supposed to be earthquakes that happen in California at some point. They're due to happen. Because all kinds of places have their own problems. Also down here, we don't usually have tornadoes. But the tornadoes happened down here in this city, and it's something that we're not really used to, so it could happen, in either place. SE says, well, the government is doing a piss poor job. I agree, SE. They are. They are absolutely. So Matt would get a tropical depression when he goes to the beach. Venus says normally hurricanes from the Gulf, by the time they get into places like Tennessee, are just tropical depressions. This was very weird. Absolutely, Bina. And the thing is, you gotta understand, is that the hurricane hit Florida and it was a category 4. So it was much more powerful than usual hurricanes. And the way that it hit Florida, Georgia is right next to it. And all those other places are on top too. So, yes, it hit the way the angle that it hit in the direction that the hurricane was going into. At the same time, the other factor is that it was a very powerful hurricane before it hit as well. And usually when hurricanes hit from a different angle and they're weaker as they go inland. But no, this thing was a monster. Like Hurricane Katrina was a very powerful hurricane. And sometimes you'll have what's called the 100-year hurricanes that will go and hit a place. That's what Katrina was to New Orleans. And it came out the Bermuda Triangle. And when a hurricane's very big and powerful, it's going to go pretty intense. SC has a good point here. He says, no, they are not, but they could let people help each other instead of getting in the way. Absolutely. I think it's important for people to do things where they act independently and to get the help that other people want to help them with. I think that's fine. And he says they are stopping people from helping one another. And that's unfortunate that they're doing that. And that just causes more problems. And remember, with Hurricane Katrina, it was, there horrible flooding happened all over the state, but New Orleans specifically had a really bad problem, as you all know. And a lot of people at the time feel that the government didn't handle that correctly. And also, I think it's important, sometimes the unexpected happens, but I think it's good to have a plan, because when you have you have to have strategy in line with your planning and tactics. And also the terrain is different than usual areas, and a lot of these areas are rural. Because you would think that people would go inland to avoid the hurricanes, but you see a hurricane came inland and crashed the party when it wasn't supposed to. And it was unfortunate that that happened. Because, especially for people that were not as familiar with the hurricanes. Bina says, I saw that FEMA was turning the helpers away and storing the food in containers pending some clearance. And I do think, it's good to know what's in food or supplies, that something's not contaminated or something like that, and it's official. But I think anybody could go in there and help clean debris or help people out their houses and stuff. But food and stuff, it would have to be verified it's not poisonous or something. But of course, I don't know what the specifics are, what's going on, because I'm in my spaceship. I'm not on Earth. Matt says there are things called health code regulations, liability, although intentions are good. You can't just give food every random person you want. I agree with that. I agree. That makes sense. I get that, but when clearance do we need for socks and jackets? Interesting point. Also, read the book called Against Empathy. It's about rational responses to disasters instead of emotional ones. Too many people trying to volunteer without knowing what they're doing causes chaos. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. All right. All right. And no, no one is saying to let the people be deleted. What has to be done, SC, there has to be people that are going in there that are going to, like during Hurricane Katrina, you have to have people that are checked and verified to go through and do what they have to do. They did that during Hurricane Katrina. Also, they have the Red Cross that gives people food and stuff. So it has to be, you have to have people that are down there to help, like you and I both agree with. At the same time, it needs to be done in the correct manner. But then again, I don't know what's going down there. I don't know what the circumstances are. I don't know if they're being neglectful or not. You know, can't be certain unless if I'm there witnessing it. Matt says, "Let's be adults here. Hundreds of people showing up to a disaster site. Okay, that's I'm here to help. Tell me what to do. Tell me where to go. That's not helpful at all." All right, so let's see. There are professionals that are trying to help that deal with this stuff all the time. They're stopping them from helping. Okay, I see. Now, as I said, I don't know what people are going in there, what people are not, but like, because it sounds like as I said, SC, I hope all the people that can go in there and help do help, and I don't want any help to be withheld from those places, SC, in my opinion, and I hope that there's order with it, and it isn't just a bunch of like a stampede or anything. But if there's especially professionals that are trying to help, I think that is good. And as I said, I hope everything is done and the people are there to help and it's all done properly. As I said, I don't really know the circumstances. I know when New Orleans, they had this place locked down like a safe, but they had National Guards and people coming to help. But given the structure of the army, but I don't know if that's happening over there. I don't know if it's happening there, and it depends on the situations. Now, during Katrina, we were locked out the city for a couple of weeks or months, and my grandpa had to get a special pass to get through. So my grandpa couldn't just come down here and save the cats that survived. he had to go and get a special permit from the vet to be able to come down here. And also, it's kind of like checkpoints and stuff, because you don't want to cause more damage than there already is. But as I said, if you don't have people there to help anybody, that's bad too. And I don't really know the situation completely, how it's being handled. But if it's neglectful, Essie, I hope that the people can go in there and help them. And if it's what Matt's saying, I hope that it doesn't turn into something where they cause more problems than if there was hypothetically a group of people that caused some sort of disorder and they weren't able to help the people as efficiently. But hopefully, with the professionals and all, it's done properly. And I want to read the chat. It's very interesting. All right. So, as he says, there is something called a Good Samaritan law. You or anybody else can respond. Is not responsible. Give me a break. Okay. Yes, it can. It's called freedom. And Matt says, for the sake of me asking questions, what do you mean Good Samaritan law? Venus says, if my family was stuck there, I wouldn't give a crap about some person from FEMA telling me I can't go. Time is essence right now. Facts, Bina. I really appreciate that. That's good that you think that way. Look it up. Matt says, if you could try to help someone and something happens, they kind of give you the benefit of the doubt. As he says, take offense to you saying I'm being dishonest. Matt says, oh, it's exactly what I thought it was. As he says, I'm hearing a phone call after phone call. Matt says, knowing that you are a nurse adds insight that I wasn't aware of. Billy says, I don't know, Matt. Our government only excalibrates disasters, my opinion. That is a complex issue. It's not that complex. It's people helping people. As I said, I going through Katrina and stuff, I think it's good for people to help each other. And that, I remember people were going down to New Orleans to help out the situation, all from all over the world. And I don't doubt for a second that there's people over there helping, and they should do that. And if the government is stopping people in a correct manner to help other people, I think that's wrong. Or I don't know why they're doing that. But if it is true that if there was going to be what Matt is saying, that there would be some sort of a civil unrest, if all these people came there and there was no order to it or something, and it would cause a problem, more problems than not, then they should sort it out in a orderly manner to get the people where they have to go to help other people. Because if they don't help anybody, we could all agree that the people would have a problem. We could all agree that the people there need help right away. The people needed help yesterday and 5 minutes ago. And it's a good thing that all these professionals are trying to help, and they should be there in the correct manner that doesn't cause more harm than the harm that's already been done. We could all agree on that, okay? But basically, the way that it's implemented, as I said, none of us are in there in the moment, and I don't know how it's being handled, but I know with New Orleans it was locked down by the National Guards, but people did come, and they did allow them to help the city. They did allow it. And FEMA came, and the Red Cross came. And what they did was they took a lot of the people that were in the Superdome and in different areas, and they redistributed the people to Texas and different states and stuff. But a lot of people came to help. So, as I said, as long as it's done where they can get the right people to help them, that's great. But I don't know what methods they use or what the correct methods are even used. I may be ignorant in that manner. How it's done now, how now they get people to help over there. But if the government was being corrupted or something, hypothetically, then they should, have more people do what they have to do. But as I said, I don't know. There does have to be checkpoints. There does have to be different things like that in these situations. But as I said, I'm just learning here and observing the information from the chat. Billy says it's not that complex. It's people helping people. I read that. SE says I would help people. That's just me. There are professionals all over the place. People tried to fly in insulin with drones, and they shot them down in the airspace. I was not aware of that. Now, I don't know if they knew that those drones were carrying insulin. They may have thought it was just a drone that wasn't supposed to be there. I don't know what they thought. I don't know what the protocols are, but it's good to have people be helped with insulin if they need it. And it's good for the government to do that. But in Katrina, as I said, the National Guards had their boots on the ground. This became a martial law state. It was like the Middle East or Iraq or something. And, they had everything being distributed by FEMA and by the Red Cross and the city and other people coming to help. But they had an order about it. And I don't know, as I said, what the protocols are. But I did not know about that, SE. And in SC, I would like to know more information in this heated discussion. I would like to know more about what you know of what's going on over there from your research, because I'm really interested to know about it, because I don't really know too much about these things that you're speaking of. I wasn't aware that it was not going as a plan with the helping out the situation over there, but I'm aware that it's not in an orderly fashion, and it was not chaos. It was complete chaos because the people up there were not prepared or familiar with the hurricanes. And that was a mouthful for sure. Matt says exactly, without a proper trainage system, the distribution of resources, it would be quite chaotic. Right. And also, as I said, with down here, as I said, I remember when I was a little kid and I saw these gigantic trucks with these gigantic pew-pews on them that were from the military, and I met the National Guards. I used to talk to them and stuff. I met them. So you couldn't. They had these gigantic pew-pews. Okay, these gigantic things mounted on these giant trucks, on these giant jeeps. As I said, it looked like a war zone. So, but they had people shipping in stuff, and so like with Hurricane Katrina, there's so many casualties of people being deleted. Elderly people being deleted. Like, I believe that I read somewhere, which I'm not saying it's gospel. I don't know if it's 100% true, but and I don't know if this was the right thing to do. Like, you had some bad stuff happen. Like, they deleted, like, elderly patients in hospitals and stuff because they didn't want them to suffer through the hurricane, I read. And also, a lot of people didn't have the supplies and stuff they needed. But then the National Guards came and other people came in and they redistributed throughout the city. SE says, I'm just listening to people on the radio, what they're saying. Okay, SE, thank you so much. And also, Bina is saying, and right now it is only people helping people. They are all asking for more helicopters because that's the only way they can get to those still stuck there. Thank you, Bina, for information. They are stopping private helicopters from rescues. It's crazy. Yeah, I've not heard of private helicopters doing rescues like that. I thought that was something I remember these orange helicopters do it. I don't know if civilians doing that. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but that's not something that I've heard of. But that's something, yeah, I've not heard of that. Because in Katrina, there is the government had these helicopters, these orange helicopters that picked up people off of roofs and stuff. And I don't know if they have to be registered or something to do that. Could someone kidnap somebody or do something nefarious with a helicopter, hypothetically? I know there's people there that are trying to help. That's what they're doing with the helicopters. But the way the Army thinks, is there supposed to be some sort of a rule set that they have? Maybe that rule set should be changed. I don't know. But, if I see a military helicopter versus a civilian one. I don't know what the civilians are thinking exactly. But as I said, being a thank you, I didn't know that. And Essie says they are. I think that's wrong because they are not doing anything. It would be different if there were. Okay. Billy says the issue, a TFR, temporary fight restriction, so the president and the vice president could visit the photo op. They also shut down airspace so the governor could visit. Teed off a lot of people. Bina says it took them forever to get into New Orleans, though. People were looting and breaking into homes just for food. I know, yes. Now, the National Guard were stationed here, but the problem was, obviously, because of the flooding, it was kind of difficult to maneuver around the city, but they did eventually. They had them at the Superdome, and they had them in different places already, but then they had to deploy more, and the whole city flooded, so it was hard to maneuver around. But you're right, Bina, absolutely. It did take them forever, and they should respond quicker than later. I agree. And remember, this is a totally different terrain in the Appalachia. You know, is it like the Vietnam jungles where it's so dense and there's so many mountains and stuff, it's difficult to get into there? You know, I don't know. As messed up as New Orleans was and is the flooding wise, it's you could just go right into the city. But this area, these people are out in the middle of nowhere in some parts. So it's a totally different terrain that I don't think they had a plan or a playbook for, like Katrina. Katrina didn't have a playbook for that one either, completely. All right, SC says people are calling in the radio about what's going on from the area. Okay, SC, thank you. I was not aware of that. Thank you so much. Bina says I can share videos of private people doing rescues and the people on the ground talking about it. Okay, Bina. All right. Matt says I would imagine when it's declared a federal disaster area, all flights would probably be restricted. Unfortunately, that would affect people who are trying to help. It's difficult. Matt says lots of muddy roads and hills when Houston flooded. It was easy to get those big tanks to drive through the floods because everything is concrete. The situation is complicated. It's a very complicated situation. Why have to be so complicated, Hurricane? And get this baller hat. Yeah, dang you, Helene. Helene. Such a Karen hurricane. Right, why helicopters are needed. Right. Matt says, I'm sure there's a fine right amount of government approved helicopters for rescues that could be scrambled to a specific part of the country. With 2 days' time, it's very rough. Yeah, so I think that because I remember that, and people know about what happened in Hurricane Katrina, and they want things to happen sooner. But there's a saying in Stoic philosophy that I remember reading about, where if you're too rough, you you can break the whole instrument. Like say if there's a rusted instrument or an instrument at all or something, if you're too rough, you'll break the whole thing. So sometimes if someone is too forceful or too quick, it can cause more damage than what's already there. Hilarious, Matt. All right, so yeah, there's something going on at one of the islands. All right, at Padres del Fuego, there's a raid going on. That's why you see this dude in the sky right there. He's about to raid one of the islands, so I have to go in there and stop him. Matt says, I think that SC guy and myself were misunderstanding each other. We both want people to be able to help, but the logistical challenges and liability make challenging, I hope he realizes. Right, right. Because the thing is, like I was saying before, we all agree that it's best to, it's best to help. We all want the people to be helped. And I would suggest, like, people in general to not take personal shots at anybody. It's me or anybody. You know, but to attack the person's argument. And also at the same time, it's good to understand about the complex order of things that should go into play when helping other people out in hurricane situations. But I believe SC would understand. I believe that we SC understands what you mean, and it's okay. Sometimes things get heated, but at the end of the day, we all are aliens. We're not Earthlings. Venus says it's the force of your statements, not the statements themselves. Yeah, exactly, exactly. I agree. And SC says, I know just because being a nurse, what I'm obligated to do, I took an oath, that's all I'm saying. There are thousands of people just like me that feel the same way. And Matt says, your intentions were pure, just a misconception. SC says, I wouldn't sit there and let someone be deleted. I would do everything in my power to save them. It's cool, don't worry about it, SE says. And chat's gonna have a group hug. Yeah, facts. Yeah, shout out to all of you. Yeah, facts. Facts, Matt. Very good. And I'm not mad. The government people are pissed. Yeah, see, I'm sure they are really pissed. I'm sure they are very pissed about the situation because those people, they need to get their help, and it's a really messed up situation. And SC, I think that they do have a right to express their opinion. During Hurricane Katrina, it was really, really hard, and people had a lot of opinions to say. Nobody wins in this situation. It's like, sometimes like we can't always control what happens, but our reaction to things. And it's right for people to express themselves. And people are going through traumatic, PTSD. And that's a really tough thing to endure. Matt says, I don't even know if there was an evacuation order made. Really, I do agree with you. I understand how you feel. Exactly. And Venus says, I get if you're untrained and try to help, you might end up being another hindrance or casualty, and that's why they don't let certain people in. Right, Bina? Exactly. Yeah, you know, it happens. It happens, Matt. These earthling matters that happen can be confusing to us aliens. It is really, it makes things. It can make the alien mind, the most brilliant alien mind, can get foggy, even dealing with these odd earthling matters. That's why many of our alien brethren don't even come here. Billy said they literally had about a 2 hours notice. And they always say with a hurricane you have more of a warning than a tornado. But it looks like this situation was a little bit different. SC says people pay taxes and give them 750 mean while they just gave billions to Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel, and let's not forget all the migrants people are peed about it. SC, I understand. It's important for America to put his country first. I think that's essential. I think that it's that people have to put their own country first, and to give billions of dollars to people that are in a hurricane crisis. And I think it's good to give people a stimulus more than that. During the pandemic, they gave people two grand, and now they give people 750. I mean, I went through Katrina. I think that they gave people way more than that. Yeah, they gave them way more than 750. That's how much people got back in that time period. Yeah, way more than 750. It was quite a, no. Actually, you were like, they evaluated your damage and they gave you a certain amount of money to help you out. That's what they did, if I'm recalling correctly. And but they didn't. It was more than 750, and I don't think that's enough considering the damage. I think that is not enough to give them. And we're fighting all these different fights in these different countries, but there's a fight right here at home that we have to take care of. When they say we will survive, what they're saying is they will survive, not us. That's really what it seems like. So I think that it's always good to help allies and stuff, but at some point we have to put America, our own country, and the people in it. We can't overlook that. No matter what people think, if they want to support these foreign conflicts and stuff, we cannot. We can all agree that we cannot be so blindsided by something that's happening a million miles away from us that we can't forget about what's happening here. And even if we're not having wars and stuff like we did in the Civil War, or we're not struggling for independence like the American Revolution, that we have a lot of natural disasters and things to take care of. And I think that the infrastructure needs to be improved. So I think, SC, millions of Americans around the country agree with the frustration you have, and we all can agree on that. We have to help our people completely. And Billy says, think about this. Our government sends 60 grand per citizen to Israel every day. And I think that, they do send to Israel and also to Ukraine. They gave 200 billion to Ukraine. They gave it to, you know, it's not just Israel specifically, and I'm glad that you mentioned that, but also, and that's understood. And also to Ukraine. They gave 200 billion. And all these different foreign conflicts that I think that, you know, it's important to also not neglect our own country and not help other countries more than we're helping our own country. Because I think other countries can help themselves to a certain extent. And if, I think that America can say no sometimes. In anything in life, it's important to say no sometimes. And, there's a point where you run out of you print so much money and print so much money, we could all agree on, that you it becomes meaningless. Like in the Weimar Republic, they print so much money that one of my friends from Super D from Germany was saying that they use the currency for like firewood because it was so worthless. So when you print all this money, it causes inflation, and then the money's not being used to help the situation over here. And if they wanted to help their allies, whatever, that's one thing. But they also should give it to the people here as well, or split it even, or just help the American people only, as many of you would like to see. So I think that it is an odd situation, and I think it's important to focus on this country specifically. And thank you, Billy, and everybody for the comments about what's going on. They're giving me very good insight, and everybody that's watching and listening, etc. So Matt says, I remember years ago, no, Bina. Bina says, during Katrina, there was a mandatory evacuation order on Saturday morning. Katrina hit Sunday night. I-buses lined up and everything. People still chose to stay. Exactly, Bina. And I remember, Bina, when I was sitting in my living room and on that morning on Saturday, and I was watching Nickelodeon, the kids show. And I remember the tray, I was eating my food, and I was getting some of my toys in a bag to leave. And it was just very creepy. It was very crazy. And I just, the next day, that was, 2 or 3 feet water in there. It's just crazy to think about. If I literally just sat there for 24 hours, there would have been water there. And I had a lot of, I know your roof got ripped off. And many people lost more than I did. But I remember, it's like I had all these different toys and things and stuff. These toy castles and a model McDonald's and all kinds of things. Not everything got destroyed. I still have a lot of the stuff still. But yeah, it was really, messed up. And a lot of people chose to stay and they were deleted in their houses. And Matt says, I remember years ago with a bunch of silly Texans tried to drive their trucks with boats on the back to try to help out during Katrina. They were all sent away. Matt says, and the whole Cajun Navy thing is pretty cool. At least they were organized. Facts. And Bina says, they let a lot of different people help, but not in areas that was hazardous, if that makes sense. Matt says, Bina, it's the same reason why volunteers are always turned away when volunteering for holidays. There's always too many. It makes it worse. And like with anything, if you do anything that's too much, it makes it even worse. It does more harm than good. It's like an overdose. Too much of anything can become deadly. And people are just honestly trying to help, so that's a good thing from a human perspective. Billy says, yeah, but its guy shows up in his own helicopter. One might think that the person would be intelligent enough to actively help someone out, just saying. And Matt says, if you can afford a helicopter, you're probably not an idiot. I agree. But no fly zones or no fly zones, it sucks. Bina says, during Katrina, you got money from the Red Cross food stamps and money on an EBT card for 6 months. Plus, I She got paid by a lot of employers as if you were working. Well, exactly, Bina. Right, exactly. And I was the the little toy McDonald's even gave me a salary when I was off for Katrina. Just joking, because I had this little toy McDonald's set up. I had the I had the headset. I had the headset too, and I had the hat. Like back in that time, like people could talk about like it seemed like a cool thing about the McDonald's thing. You know, like they had these like you had like a headset, and you had like the little fake burgers and stuff like that. And now people like kind of like want to stay away from that stuff. But that was really an interesting toy. But basically, that's really interesting, Bina, that they did that. Absolutely. Bina says, if you had insurance, you were gold after Katrina. I remember getting 900 just for the food I lost in the kitchen. Well, yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good that with the insurance that they did that. And yeah, and as he says, so many people lost everything, including their lives. It's a sad situation. Absolutely, absolutely. And my grandparents, they had to repair the couple of the houses, the rental houses and stuff they had in these two over here out of their own pocket, and that wasn't something that was not fun. And I think that it's insurance is a cool thing. Yeah, but they had to re this house I'm in right now. They fixed it up for a tenant. Then they got destroyed, so they had to fix it up again. But no, out of his own pocket, he fixed all the houses, the seven. I'd say about seven houses, but one of them down the street was not flooded because it didn't flood way down there. The water didn't reach down there. The shoreline was my house down the street that was sold like a year ago, but over here it was a little bit slightly deeper, but it wasn't up to the roof or anything. But yeah, that's very interesting, Bina. Thank you for sharing. And but of course, we have everything's all right now. As he says, so many people. Yeah, I read that. And Billy was if I was typed Rato Wire Wing, I would probably be over there. All right. Bina says, my point is, when you live in extreme weather prone areas, you have to set yourself up just in case the worst case scenario. Also, if they say leave, leave. I agree, Bina. That makes perfect sense. I agree. Billy says, I also seen where trucks loaded with supplies are getting their tires slashed crazy. Well, yeah, they have a lot of looters and really evil people. Remember in Katrina, which I wasn't like there specifically, but they had a lot of evil people that were looting and stuff, and people that were desperate trying to survive, and also basically they had slashed tires. As what Billy's saying, oh, in that situation he's talking about, and also down here they had a lot of looting going on as well. Billy says, I also seen where trucks loaded. Okay. Bina says, I'm hearing looting is way up and people are scared. Okay. Yeah, that is horrible. It's like another Hurricane Katrina situation happening again. I remember on X, Twitter, I posted about the hurricane that was going to be really bad from what I was researching about it, and for the people, to stay safe. And I said that in my videos, and I said it on the different streams and stuff I'm on. So yeah, I was just like, and also the people on YouTube that were talking about it said it was going to be a really bad hurricane, and it sure was. Yes, I am, Bina. Yes, I'll put it in the chat what it is. I have to just do this. All right. That's what I am on Twitter. X. All right, thanks, Bina. All right. It looks like I'm the only one in this server of the game. Yeah, it looks like I'm the only one in this game. Because this dude's coming through, and there's nobody here. So I'm the only guy in the server. All right, it's like this is like the last stand of Custer right now. Because they're gonna probably get me at some point. All right, let's go. All right, let's see. The bomb. Where is it? All right, that didn't go too well. All right, as I said, there's only just me here. Okay. So this is what happens in this game when nobody's here. They just walk around aimlessly. That's interesting. The guy doesn't even explode. Okay, Bina, thank you. All right, we got them with the grenade. I'm fighting this army all by myself. All right, we're just throwing the grenade at him. All right. He's just standing there not doing anything. Wrong way. Alright, so we're going to have to take this out. Alright, there's someone else here. Alright, this one lady's here in the game. Alright. Thanks, bro. Alright. I followed you, Vina. Back. Uh-oh. They're all coming in. Alright, let's do this. I was trying to be with the other player, but she kept on going away. So I don't know. Like, we're supposed to be stick together like a teamwork. They knocked me out. Alright. Right now, I'm helping her come back. Alright, she seems pretty cool. She's back here. So me and this other player are here by ourselves. We both got knocked out. All right. So what happened was we both it's us against a whole horde of people, and we did okay in the beginning, but not. We could have done a little bit, with just us versus a gigantic army. All right. Mostly making a vaccine stuff. Oh, well. All right. Here we go. Looks like they got me again. All right. Yeah, and also her and I got some damage, so we're not able to completely fight as we would. Because usually there's a whole group of them, there's a whole army, but there's just her and I. Bina, how were those treats that you made? I saw that you were making some of those little treats earlier. How did they taste? Matt said he's out of granola, so he threw some peanut butter filled pretzels into the bucket of yogurt because it's one of those days. This looks like the apocalypse. I was just walking and I got deleted. Is that something? All right, so right here we have the enemies, and they're doing. Oh, that's Jolly Roger himself. All right, so let's go here, and the health can kind of come back together. And the tonic isn't working. Okay. So there's this one thing to defeat, but yeah, it's showing my health as completely gone, but it's not bringing me to the abyss. Let's see. Yeah, this is Jolly Roger. He's real big. It's not doing anything to me. All right, I was just trying to test how that would go. Okay, I know what's going on here. Billy says, I just looked up, and the current NOTAMs and the TFRs for North Carolina areas do not show any current flight restrictions outside of DC. That's a good thing. Yes, that's a good thing. Anytime I go over there for some reason, it takes me out. Yeah, so it's good that there's no flight restrictions over there, and hopefully, people can get the help that they need. A little bit, I'm gonna go over the different. The game will be kind of like completed, and then we'll go over the other stuff. Which is kind of like what we've been talking about, but a little bit different. Well, like I'll show you like literal articles and stuff. NOTAMs, a notice to airmen, abbreviated. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the update. Yes, I agree, Billy. Yeah, and she's a higher level with the staff. I have to do in the game. I have to get the staff. I have to go to a couple different islands and I have to do a quest to get the staff. But when I have the staff and go up in level, it'll be much better. I'll be able to do certain things where because she could go up to it and attack Jolly Roger right over there. With me, it's a little bit different because of the I don't have the abilities that she has. I think that's how it works because it just strikes me. It deletes me right when I go over there. Yeah, and Jolly Rogers is almost defeated. He's almost defeated. Oh yeah, my character got knocked out. Yep. Right when I walk in the over there, it just does that. She did it. She defeated him. She did great. Oh, SC, I have her as my friend on the game. I added her as a friend. All right, all right, SC says, "Oh, I thought she knocked you out." Oh no, she didn't knock me out. The Jolly Rogers knocked me out. Yeah, but she did excellent. She's a higher level than I am, and she has the staff, which I have the mission where I can get the staff, and I will get the staff in the game. And then I'll work up in the levels, and I'll be able to do it more, and I'll be able to do certain things like in that situation. I kept walking by Jolly Roger, and he kept knocking me out, and you know, and it knocked her out too. She got knocked out too, Essie, but she has a staff where she was able to fight it better than I was. But no, she was getting knocked out constantly. And my thing just kept on going out by going close to it. So I couldn't really get it, but she was able to do it. It was like I told her I was watching a movie. So yeah, shout out to Elizabeth Dagger Shot. And she's my friend in the game. So I added her as a friend so she'll be on quest with me in the future. All right. All right. So now we will exit the game and go to the other thing. Alrighty. So now what we're gonna be talking about I'll talk about some scary Halloween stories and stuff, and we will get into the other things in the stream where we, go over some of the stuff I talked about, etc. As usual. So let's just look over this. All right. Eclectic movie thoughts, Rant, chilling, scary stories, and more. All right. Okay. Now I'll go into get Google out. Our friend Google Chrome. Shout out to the spaceship cats. In SC, she helped me come back to life. Because there's this elixir you could use, and she brought me back from being knocked out, and also I helped her too. All right, so first of all, this movie Beetlejuice came out again. There's a new movie, and this is the movie that I saw because originally it came out in 88, 1988, and then it came out and they just came out with a new one, and I saw it. It's very cool. It's a very cool movie, and I thought it was very good. I'm not going to like spoil it for anybody that wants to see it, but they had some of the old characters and they had some new characters, and I think it was well written in the good cinematography. It was a little bit shorter, but that's okay. You don't have to have a long movie for it to be good. And also, so that's the movie I saw. That's the movie I saw, and I would say it was very good. And it had references to the one that came before it. Okay. And talk about this thing real quick. I have to get the name. Okay, I have to get the name of this thing. A moment. Okay. Nixon. Okay. All right, so this is Nixon right here, Quentin Nixon, and he is on trial for deleting a mother, and he's defending himself, and he has this person to like assist him next to him, and he's been having witnesses in the stand, and he's been laying out the case how he wants it to be laid out, like because he's like defending himself, and there's that. So it had some interesting moments in there, but he has been very respectful, and he has not been. He was nothing like Darrell Brooks. He's the total opposite of Darrell Brooks. And this trial is still going on, and I will continue to update you as it goes on. And I will see about one of these things says with these articles, but if it causes some sort of a problem, I'll just go to the other thing. But I explained to you all basically about what this trial is about, but I'll see about other insight into it. And we have wise words here. And Matt says a man who defended himself in court of law has a fool for a client. Yeah, absolutely. Now, Capri Law, she's an attorney. She said that he did a good job laying out the foundation. He did pretty good at what he was doing, But still, I mean, you're right. It's better to defend yourself. And he did mess up a couple of times. He did. And also, what you said is very true. A man who defended himself in court of law has a fool for a client. Absolutely, that's totally true. Let's see how this goes. Let's see. Looking for an article, but I don't see an article. Okay. Defendant Quentin Nixon delivers his defense opening statement. He addressed the judge rather than the jury because it's a bench trial. Nixon said he'd be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that his actions were justified. All right, here we go. I'm gonna give you all like a crash course into what this trial's about. All right, here we go. An Ohio man accused in the deletion of a medical assistant is representing himself at trial. Quentin Nixon, 33, is accused of fatally shooting Tony Westover, 34, on July 25, 2022. Nixon was arrested almost a month later. Amy Perry, Westover's sister, told Scripps News Cleveland that Westover and her boyfriend went to Akron home where an altercation took place and she was shot. No motive or connection between Nixon and Westover has been reported. Perry also said Westover texted a friend sometime between 1 and 1:30 a.m., less than an hour before she died, saying, quote, "Something doesn't feel right. Something feels off," end quote. Westover was gunned down during an altercation sometime between 2 and 2:15 a.m. Nixon is a pro se defendant, which means he's acting as his own attorney. Nixon also has waived his right to a jury trial, meaning a judge will decide his fate. Nixon is standing trial on multiple charges, including murder and felonious assault. He's facing life in prison if convicted. Trial update. On day one, the judge hears opening statements. Pro self-defense, Quentin Nixon asked the judge to dismiss the case based on vindictive prosecution. He asked to dismiss the felony charges for delay of preliminary hearing, and he presented a motion to continue. The judge denied those motions. Brian Fielders, the boyfriend of victim Tony Westover, testified about the events leading up to the shooting. Yes, that's true. Yes, Matt, correct. Day 2. Eyewitnesses Ronald Crew and Adam Wright testified. Forensic pathologist Dr. Christy Wyatt testified that Westover's cause of death was gunshots wound involving the base of the neck and torso, and manner was homicide. All right, so that is the update about that trial. Okay. And I mentioned YSL, and this is the other one that's just I'm looking into right now. Rant, chilling, scary stories, and more. Okay. Okay, so I'll talk about YSL. I'll get it right one day. All right. All right. This is something interesting I just found. Why is the YSL trial taking so long? They've certainly been taking their sweet time with the YSL case because the jury selection process that took almost a calendar year wasn't enough. We are now on day 140 of the affair. Onlookers are understandably taken aback by the length of the trial. This person says on X, I don't do criminal law, but man, I think you can try everything in about a month. Even on the even one of the state's investigators is complaining. Okay, quick little motion for mistrial after Gaither, an experienced investigator, improperly comments on the veracity of a witness. We've had mistrial motions made for similar testimony by other witnesses. Denied by Judge Whittaker will strike and instruct the jury disregard. Yeah, Bina says for Matt to conveniently forget all your paperwork and come back through Paso with some money. Facts. Hilarious. This is never going to end, he also says. Gaither on a hot mic getting excused before the motion for mistrial was made. There are, of course, cases that take a long time because hard hitting evidence and complex stories can take their toll on jurors. Unfortunately, this is a case where some of the strongest evidence stems from song lyrics, and no one went that far with investigating the racketeering part with while on Rico. YSL case update cross examination reveals. Today, during the cross examination, this person says on X, the leading gang expert revealed that the leading gang expert revealed that they never looked at Thug's financial records, and despite the case being charged under the RICO Act, you're trying to tell that RICO it never happened. Exactly. So you see all the holes in this case. And they also say you mean the prosecution had the nerve to make witness define slime, but nobody took the time to realize what the R in RICO was for. This is sort of a shady case building. You'd expect the team that is so heavily relied on lyrics to make their case. In the time, they'd also racked up insane number of motions for mistrial. And the YSL defense lawyers officially filed 45 motions for mistrial, and none have been taken. And it's the longest trial in Georgia's history. I don't know when this will be over, but can we hurry a bit? Not only because of the right to a speedy trial, but I need to hear whatever music Young Thug will turn this charade into. Charade, rather. Yeah, so this trial keeps going on and on. And they keep, like the other day, they got angry at Miss Love, and the judge got angry at Miss Love, and Paige Whittaker, is the new judge in this case. Young Thug's trial continues with evidence and testimony with the live stream on that day. Let's see. And basically, it's absolutely so irresponsible that they keep on going along with this trial. And what they could do is they could drop the case. You know, they could go and continue to something else, but they just keep on going. And a lot of people theorize that they're wasting the taxpayer money of them. They're wasting the taxpayer money of the people in Georgia. And I totally agree with that. Because they're filing motions for a mistrial and they didn't. I just think it's all very corrupted and very cringe. We'll just have to wait and see how this trial goes. And Trump even commented that he needs a fair trial, and that Trump doesn't think it's fair what they're doing to Jeffrey Williams and YSL. So it goes on a broad spectrum of different things, and I do think there's political undertones to it. Yeah, Dirty Matt. Like Dirty Dan. So Matt is the real Dirty Dan. You sure do. You sure do, Matt. It says Kirk now a monster category 4 storm. Strengthens. But, they're going off. Some of the storms are going off. They're not coming over here. All right, so, Bean, I have a question for you. Have you watched the TV show Mission Impossible? Is that something you watched before? That's something that I like watching. Adios, Matt. Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts tonight. I really appreciate it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I love watching that show. Yeah, I think it's very good, and I love how the technology, the little bit of technology that they had, that were able to make things go a long way, and seeing how the technology back then they're able to, in the show, do what they had to do is very interesting. Contrast what we have today. And also, so a show that reminds me of Star Trek is Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. It's kind of like it's sci-fi, and it's under the sea in the submarine, so it's very interesting. And I've watched Star Trek before. It comes on at a different time than when I'm by the TV, but I do watch it though. I do watch it, and I think that was a very good show as well. Star Trek is a very very popular, obviously. And it's interesting to see the eye of the hurricane and the power that goes into it because it's like a power. It's power. It's like like a machine. Although it's very bad, it's like a machine. It's very interesting how these cyclones work, and in different regions they call them different things. Yeah, and that's when Katrina was heading towards New Orleans. Hey, Gam, I'm glad that you're here, and I am having a good stream. And yes, it is where we all come to hang out. And you did really good earlier, and I enjoyed hearing your story about the hurricane and the different brawls you had to do and stuff like that. So yeah, a shout out to you, Gam. Yeah, shout out to you, Gam. Yeah, we're talking about the hurricane that y'all had up there a little bit earlier, and also I was talking about the different. Like I saw Beetlejuice. I was talking about that. I was talking about I was in the game, and I did a couple different things. It's been doing pretty good, and about to go into some spooky stories. Yeah, facts, game. I'm glad that you had fun. I'm glad that you had fun. Yeah, streaming's a fun thing to do with your friends. It really is. Yeah, that's Hurricane Helene. It looks very big. Yeah, facts. And you see it covered all those states. And that's the ocean. And also, I was talking about Davy Jones' locker, and that I was doing some research about that, and that's obvious what that is. It's like the ocean floor that pirates used to talk about. But basically, with Davy Jones' locker, it was also kind of considered some other dimension. And, they'd say somebody sunk at sea or a ship sunk at sea. They went to Davy Jones' locker. And Davy Jones was based on an actual pirate that was similar to the Pirates of the Caribbean one. And he was a fearsome pirate that kept on sinking ships everywhere. And also, Bina said, hurricanes are so fascinating to me. My first one when I moved to NOLA was Hurricane Lily, and I sat outside just to watch it. So cool. Oh yeah, because back where you came from, I don't think they have hurricanes where you originated from, or where you were born at. So that must have been very interesting for you to experience the hurricane because that's something that a lot of people wouldn't experience in other parts of the world. And yeah, I liked, hurricanes are very fascinating. I've been out in the hurricane before, and yeah, it's very, very interesting. As I said before, being in a hurricane is similar to being like, it reminds me of being on the sea. That or the a stormy ocean. That's what it's like. It's really like it shakes and it vibrates and all. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's not a simple rainstorm. It's more complex than that. When I was a kid, I was very fascinated with hurricanes. Now, there was a hurricane in 2004, and we were okay. But the one in '05 got me really interested in hurricanes and studying about meteorology and weather and stuff. Like in 2006, 7, 8, 9, when I was a kid growing up, I love watching the Weather Channel just all the time. I watched it all the time upstairs and I would watch the different programs they had on there, and it was very fascinating to watch it. Yeah, and I'm watching. This is the path that Hurricane Helene took, and it's very. It looks very trippy looking, how it goes on land and it curves and it goes very far inland, and yeah, it hits up there directly, up there in Tennessee and the Carolinas and stuff. Yep, it went right directly through, and it was a Category 4. So, and it's a Category 4, and the way it hit, and on land and it curved up, is usually when a hurricane comes through, it's like weaker, but this was not weaker. It came in like the strongest possibly. Like, think about it, the strongest a hurricane could possibly be. That's what it was, almost as powerful as it could be. I remember Ryan Hall was saying that it could be. He thought could even turn to a Category 5, because possibly. But it was a Category 4. Then it became to a Category 1. But a Category 1 and a Category 2 are very similar. And when it goes on land, in my opinion, it doesn't instantly have a switch where it just becomes weak. It happens very quickly, but it's gradual. So they're experiencing for a brief moment a Category 4 hurricane on land, and it's moving quickly into land. So you have a rare situation where you have it went down to a Category 1, of course, but you have a very high, powerful category hurricane inland in all those Appalachia areas. Because they, like said with Hurricane Katrina, the 100-year hurricane. Remember Cynthia, my aunt that comes here sometimes? We were in the garage down the street when we're about to go, and she was saying we'll probably be gone for a week. And, that is aged well. I say that sarcastically. And also, what happened was they were telling me it was a 100-year hurricane. I'm like, well, that doesn't sound too good if it's a 100-year hurricane. And everybody's like leaving the city. I mean, this can't be. This is not gonna end. I didn't think it was gonna end well. But, yeah, consider. But as I said, I was a kid. They were trying to make sure I was all right and stuff. And then we went, and then it went boom, and flooding happened. So as I said, I feel, and people could be offended if I compare apples to oranges. So what I'll say is that for the people in the other regions, all the regions that were hit really bad by Hurricane Helene, I say that that is their Hurricane Katrina. These people that were affected by this, in a negative way, really, really badly hit. So I understand what that's like, and it's a traumatic thing to go through. As the hurricane was going inland, it was already causing accidents and people were getting deleted. A sign fell on somebody in Florida right when it was going inland. When it was making landfall. And yeah, it's really horrible what happens, and people could have thought that they're inland and it's not a problem, but anything could happen anywhere. I mean, as my friend used to tell me, that people told him that something can't happen to them, but he told them that anything could happen to anybody. And the hurricane, as I will say, it is breathtaking to look at from the picture I have on the screen, how enchanting it looks. And Bina says, are you talking about Ivan or Matthew? Right now, the hurricanes I'm making a reference to is I'm making a reference to I'm talking about Hurricane Helene, the one that just hit. And I made a reference to Hurricane Katrina. Those are the only hurricanes that I'm talking about right now. And I might be talking, Bina, about hurricanes in general. In general, the hurricanes in general. But not those two specifically. But yeah, so basically, it's a very enchanting act of nature to see it, what on the screen. And they're very powerful, and they do cause a lot of damage, and it's like a whirlwind. Oh yeah, that will be very scary when Hurricane Bina comes, and it'll be a Category 6, and it'll wipe out most life on the East Coast. Oh yeah, it'll be the 200-year hurricane, and allegedly I think there's a 500-year hurricane, and I've heard that there's a 1,000-year hurricane. I mean, that sounds like it would cause the end of the world. Yeah, shout to Bina. Yeah, and that's one in the ocean, and a lot of hurricanes just go into the ocean. But when they come inland, it's a bit of a problem. And yeah, and Hurricane Katrina came out of Bermuda. It was like right in that area, in that supernatural place. And then it came in, it got bigger and bigger and swirled in. Yeah, shout out to Bina. Yeah, shout out to Bina. She, you can't get one past her. You know, she throws the books down. And that's Hurricane Katrina. That's a really big hurricane. It nearly took up the whole Gulf of Mexico. Hurricane Katrina. Yeah, it was very big. I think she's the hurricane on Jupiter. All right, so go right here. Yeah, that's Hurricane Bina right there on Jupiter. All right, so yeah, that's Hurricane Matthew, which I'm not familiar with, and basically it hit in 2016. All right, Hurricane Matthew was an extremely powerful tropical cyclone which caused catastrophic damage and a humanitarian crisis in Haiti, as well as widespread devastation in the southeastern United States. Yeah, as I said, I don't, that was 2016 and it didn't come here. It's all good, Billy. And also, so that hit the East Coast, and I just never even knew it existed. I will say, I'm glad during my time the rest of high school I didn't have to deal with a hurricane because of the El Nino or something. Because my when I was in grammar, when I was in like seventh, eighth grade, and before that, there was so much stuff going on that with the different El Nino and things that yeah, seventh and eighth grade, I remember there was hurricanes and hurricanes before that, but the rest of my high school year, I never had any hurricanes, and I'm glad that didn't happen. All right, Gam says Matthew stalled and spun on top of us for 2 days straight. I'm right on the Georgia South Carolina border. I had alligators swimming down my street. That is wild. Yeah, shout out the game. He really is smart. Brilliant. All right. Yeah, yeah. Billy is smart also as well. And we got all the cool kids in the chat. And also, I'll go to Hurricane Ivan. Talk about that. September 2nd, 2004. Hurricane Ivan was a large, long-lived, devastating Cape Verde hurricane that caused widespread damage to the Caribbean and United States. The cyclone was the ninth named storm, the sixth hurricane, and the fourth major hurricane of the active 2004 Atlantic hurricane season. Yeah, I remember that hurricane. Okay, so being a that's a hurricane that I remember. When I was a kid. So I remember when it hit. I think the power went out, and but it wasn't like Hurricane Katrina. I remember down there, down the street when it came in. It looks like it struck the United States Gulf Coast twice. You were there for Ivan too. Yes, yes, yes. And as I said, a kid. I remember I was in the other house, and it was very stormy and rainy, and it was like a powerful hurricane, and the power went out. I think my grandpa had to check something to fix the damage on something on the house, but it was all fine. It wasn't like Hurricane Katrina. And I don't. I said I didn't remember that one off the bat for a very long time, but now as I remember it, yeah. Hurricane Helen in 2006. Okay, I'll look it up. Yeah, so that's Hurricane Ivan. Yeah, I see it. Another Helen in 1958. Hurricane Helen was one of the strongest hurricanes of the Atlantic 2006 season. It is tied with Hurricane Gordon, which was also very strong. It was the ninth tropical storm, fourth hurricane, and second strong hurricane of the 2006 Atlantic hurricane season. It also hit the Carolinas. All right. Helen was a long Cape Verde type hurricane that formed in the extreme southeastern part of North Atlantic when it was its strongest. It was a Category 3 hurricane on the Saffir Simpson hurricane scale It reached this level as it traveled across the central Atlantic. It never hit land until the very end of its life as a weak extratropical cyclone. It only had a small effect in the northern British Isles. All right. In the second week of September, a strong tropical wave started moving off the coast of Africa. It was well organized from the start, and on September 11, even before it entered the Atlantic, the National Hurricane Center believed it could quickly turn into a tropical depression. That has happened because Tropical Depression 8 on the morning of September 12th. Because of the depression was so big, it was quite slow to develop, combined with some easterly wind, shear in the eastern Atlantic, and because of the Saharan air layer to the north, it's also moved in the Cape Verde Islands. The actual strengthening was also slowed down because of convection was very slow. However, on September 13, the depression strengthened into a tropical storm, Helene. Storm slowly strengthened over the warm waters of the eastern Atlantic as it tracked west northwest. Some dry air from the Sahara Desert layer kept slowing Helene strengthening. On September 14, Helene was still a weak tropical storm. However, a sudden strengthening happened on September 15, and it affected the northern British Isles. Yeah, it went the same, pretty much nearly the same path. Hurricane Helene in 1958, it did the exact same path, nearly. And also, now this is the path of the hurricane. You know, and it affected the same areas. Let's see, path. All right, this is the accurate one. Let's see. Yeah. All right, so take myself off the screen for a second. So this is the path, and I'm going to put it over here. So that's Helene, 1958, and it pretty much like went into the same area, and then it like went off into England. It is creepy. I agree. Hurricane Helene was the most intense tropical cyclone in 1958 Atlantic hurricane season. The eighth tropical storm and fourth hurricane of the year, Helene was formed from a tropical wave east of the Lesser Antilles. Moving steadily westward, the storm slowly intensified, attaining hurricane strength on September 26. As conditions became increasingly favorable for the tropical cyclone development, Helene began to rapidly intensify. Nearing the United States East Coast, the hurricane quickly attained Category 4 intensity on September 26, 150 miles per hour, and a minimum barometric pressure of 930 MBAR. The intense hurricane came within 10 miles in Cape Fear, North Carolina, before recurving out to sea. Accelerating, Helene gradually weakened and transitioned into an ex-tropical cyclone as it passed over Newfoundland on September 29. Helene's extratropical remnants traversed eastward across the Atlantic Ocean, dissipating near Great Britain on October 4. Despite not making landfall on North Carolina, its close proximity to the land caused extensive damage across the U.S. East Coast. Strong winds resulted in widespread power outages, cutting telecommunications along the coast. A weather station in Wilmington, North Carolina reported a wind gust of 135 miles per hour, settling a new record for the fastest wind gust reported there. Though mostly concentrated in North Carolina, rainfall was widespread, reaching as far north as Maine. In the United States, damages reached 11.2 million, and there was one indirect death. After impacting the U.S., Helene produced strong winds and heavy rains across much of the Atlantic Canada and Cape Breton Island on Nova Scotia. The storm was considered the worst in at least 21 years. Power outages cut most communications from the island to the mainland, and property damage in Sydney, Nova Scotia totaled 100,000. I'm sure that would be way, way more in our modern currency because of the inflation. And it's very creepy that this hurricane affected the same areas that this other one did. Crazy. At Helene's landfall in Newfoundland, strong gusts peaking at 82 miles per hour, Naval Station Argentina were reported. Loss of power, severed communications, damage across there totaled to at least 100,000, which is more now in our currency. Total damages associated with Helene in the United States and Canada amounted to 11.4 million, making Helene the costliest storm of the season. And as I said, it's like, way more than that now in our modern day currency. Hurricanes are really interesting, especially how they can go and come back another way and just come back to the same area, and it just like smoothly pulls right through. Also, with the hurricane, it went all the way to Britain, to the British Isles. It's crazy how these hurricanes could just go right up and smack the area. The origins of Hurricane Helene, can be traced back to easterly wave that formed near Cape Verde on September 16, moving towards the west due to trade winds associated with the Hadley cell. The disturbance gradually intensified on September 20. Ships in the system's vicinity reported widespread shower activity and generally low barometric pressure. Early the following day, a reconnaissance flight reported evidence of a weak circulation with gusts of 335 miles per hour and heavy squalls surrounding the circulation of the center. A 0.200 UTC later that day, the United States Weather Bureau office in San Juan, Puerto Rico, began issuing bulletins on the system for public interests in HURDAT. The tropical wave was first classified as a tropical depression. Tropical. A U0600 UTC on September 21, well east of the Leeward Antilles. At the time, the depression had maximum sustained winds of 300 miles per hour. Mina says, and hot, they carry tornadoes inside of them. Correct. That's something that's overlooked a lot. That hurricanes also have tornadoes within them. So you get a free tornadoes. You get a surprise. You get a surprise of terror. It's pretty. It's like the hurricane has a bunch of hitmen inside of itself. It's like the hurricane brought backup. I wonder what else is inside of a hurricane. When a hurricane comes through, I mean, the winds sound crazy. They howl, and it sounds crazy. It's like there's all kinds of creatures in it or something. I know it's just the wind making noise, but it sounds like there's some stuff inside of it. Like there's things in it. Moving on a west-northwest track at roughly 20 miles per hour early on September 22, the storm initially changed tidal and intensity. However, a large upper tropospheric anticyclone developed over the southern Atlantic coast, producing the favorable wind shear needed for a tropical cyclone development. A second reconnaissance flight reported an intensified tropical cyclone, indicating that the storm system had reached a tropical storm strength at 0000 UTC on September 23. The depression attained tropical storm strength with maximum winds of 40 miles per hour and a central minimum pressure of 1,013 MBAR. The U.S. Weather Bureau issued their first advisory on the newly developed tropical storm at 1600 UTC later that day, giving the storm the name Helene. Despite the storm's poor organization, Helene gradually intensified in favorable conditions generated by the large anticyclone throughout the day. A second anticyclone moved eastward until it was situated off the mid-Atlantic states, while a mean trough and a lower levels in the atmosphere became sustained over the United States East Coast. This would set up a path for Helene to pass very close to the United States. A tropical storm attained hurricane intensity by 2,200 UTC on 2,200 UTC on September 24, while located 425 miles east of Fort Pierce, Florida. However, in post-season analysis, it was found that Helene reached hurricane intensity early that day by 1,200 UTC. At the time of gale force winds extended to 220 miles per hour. Then what happened was the hurricane steadily strengthened as it moved towards the northwest around the western periphery of Azores High on September 25, encountering the anticyclone situated of the mid-Atlantic states. Helene began to curve slightly towards the west. The lack of strong steering currents in the storm's vicinity caused the hurricane to move very slowly throughout the day, giving the hurricane time to significantly intensify. On September 26, Helene strengthened to a Category 2, and it caused a lot of problems. It moved slowly towards the Carolinas. The hurricane rapidly intensified. A recon flight reported a minimum pressure of 948 MBAR. It rapidly intensified. A recon flight reported a minimum pressure of that. And from the previous day, a hurricane neared the coast. Its eye became apparent on the coastal long range of WSR-57 weather radar images. By 1800 UTC on September 26, Helene strengthened to a Category 3 hurricane, and then a Category 4 hurricane. The following day, the major hurricane continued to strengthen before reaching its peak intensity on September 27 with winds of 150 miles per hour. However, Helene's lowest barometric pressure of 930 MBAR was recorded earlier during the day, still moving northwestward due to the influence of Azores High. The hurricane came within 10 miles of the U.S. East Coast before recurving towards the northeast out to sea. Then it went to Britain. So this is the path the one from 1958 took. Nearing the U.S. coast, the Weather Bureau began to issue special bulletins for press, radio, and television stations. Early on September 24, at the same time, small craft were warned of the storm from the Carolinas southward. The following day, the Weather Forecast Office in Charleston, South Carolina, began to issue local statements regarding the hurricane, while small craft alerts were shifted northward to coastal regions between Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, and Daytona Beach, Florida. Hurricane watch was issued on September 26 for the entirety of the Georgian coast of Charleston. Bina says, I don't think people remember, but Louisiana got hit by two hurricanes, Cindy and Dennis, a month before Katrina. I wonder if all that water added to the flooding during Katrina too. They should take Helene off the hurricane name list. LOL. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I totally agree, Bina. And it just seems like it's a recipe for disaster. And Bina, I was thinking that because I don't remember those two hurricanes. I remember those two hurricanes, but I don't remember them by name specifically. But I was in those two hurricanes, and it was all right. You know that nothing happened. So I remember. You see, it's bringing back my memory. Like when I was little, there were hurricanes before Katrina, but I didn't recall them as much because the Katrina was so catastrophic. And also, basically, I do think that those hurricanes coming in weakened the levees. Also, the ones before, in 2004, I think all that weakened the levees. All those hurricanes coming in, and the levees were weak in all the different areas. As I said, I mean, it's good that there was an evacuation, because it's possible that a small hurricane that hit, if it wasn't for Katrina, some small hurricane would have hit and all those levees would have broken with all the us here unexpectedly. So something worse could have happened. So, Bina, that's an excellent point. Very good point. Bina says they should take it off the list. Exactly. Helene off the list. Gam says that's boring name for hurricane. Dennis. Or Denise, probably. Yeah, Denise. The D name for a hurricane should be Diablo X Machina. Would really give it some pizzazz. I know, right? Denise. Yeah, they should name these hurricanes, you know, like, you know, exactly, like that. Because it's so bland. They have to give it a little bit more pizzazz, a little bit more spice. It's interesting in this time period what they did to tell people about hurricanes. Bina says, and we had one right after Katrina, Rita. I remember that, Bina. When I was in Mississippi and I was in the place and they had shirts about Rita. Yeah, and I remember Rita happened and she says, and we had one right after Katrina, Hurricane Rita, because what happened in Katrina, so many people evacuated. They lost only one person, and Rita was the Cat 3 at landfall. I remember they were saying that Rita and Hurricane Katrina were sisters. Exactly, Bina, because that's what I was always told that with a hurricane, you know it's coming and you could prepare for it, but a tornado, you don't know. It just happens randomly. It's crazy there's a hurricane right after Katrina. And when all that stuff was going on and the reconstruction and everything, not the reconstruction yet, but when the city was just deserted, it was vacant. There's another hurricane that was coming through. And I wonder if there was damage from that hurricane that also caused problems like wind damage to the different places. As I said, I remember there was a fishing boat on the sidewalk, and I was like, "Whoa!" It just had felt like a being in a fake world. It felt like being in some other universe. It was strange to me. It was hard to understand. I remember the tree. These fruit trees were deleted, and it's like I remember how I thought like because I saw the place, I was brought to the place to see it, and I was not a happy camper. I didn't like it, but it was also fascinating at the same time. But it was, you know, I couldn't go play in the yard because it wasn't like a time for that, and it wasn't like fixed up yet. So I just, it wasn't really registering completely at the time. But yeah, it was with the after it the water leaves was very interesting to see what it did. And those other hurricanes that Venus spoke of, I believe that it was weakening the levees. And also with Rita, I remember Rita. I remember I was, as I said, and I kind of like forgot about it a little bit, but it's very clear in my mind about it now. And that's it, as I said, very interesting. You know, after all that happened, there's another one that came through. And this Hurricane Helene in the 1950s, that they had a different way of communication because they didn't have the technology we have now, but they had the television and they had the radio, and they're warning people about what's going on. But now we got computers and phones and stuff. Like, imagine you could watch something from your phone. They couldn't do that back then. A phone was just for talking. And a gale warning was posted at the same time in the Georgian coast in South Carolina. A gale warning was posted at the same time for coastal areas from Daytona Beach, Florida to Wilmington, North Carolina. Small craft alerts continued to shift northwards along with Helene. A gale warning is an alert issued by national weather forecasting agencies around the world in events of maritime locations experiencing winds of gale force. As the storm began quickly intensify on September 27, areas of the watch from Savannah, Georgia to Cape Fear, North Carolina were upgraded to a hurricane emergency area at 1600 UTC. Affected communities were advised to begin precautionary measures immediately and evacuate. Shipping and small craft were told to exercise extreme caution. Gale warnings were changed to warm areas because for Nadina, Florida to Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, the heightened warnings caused WFOs to issue local bulletins regarding the impending hurricane. At the time, Weather Bureau projected Helene to make landfall in South Carolina. These landfall forecasts shifted further north along the coast over time before they were stopped after Helene recurved away from the coast entirely at 0400 UTC on September 27. Hurricane warnings were extended to include areas between Cape Fear and Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. Gale warning issuance reflected that the changes and were to shift it northwards to Virginia Capes area, while hurricane watches covered both warning areas at 1600 UTC. Later that day, hurricane emergency gale warnings were extended north of Manteo, North Carolina, while hurricane watchers were continued for the coastal regions from Savannah, Georgia to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. After Helene began recurving away from the coast, all warnings from South Wilmington, North Carolina were discontinued. At 2200 UTC, on September 27, as Helene passed certain areas, warnings were discontinued upon storm's passage at 1000 UTC the next day. All onshore hurricane warnings were either downgraded to gale warnings or discontinued. However, offshore gale warnings were still issued for oceanic regions from Virginia to Cape Cod shortly after. All warnings, with the exception of offshore gale warnings, were discontinued. Remaining warnings lasted until September 28. Despite not issuing any warnings, the Weather Bureau cautioned interest on Newfoundland forecast hurricane force winds to affect the island. Yeah, so that is that hurricane. This is the rainfall totals. This is the rainfall totals for the area. You could see that it affected the East Coast really bad, and then it went out into the sea. I think that it's absolutely amazing to see how people in that time period dealt with hurricanes. And it's so creepy to see the parallels between this Helene, and the Helene that we have now. So they certainly need to take that off of the registry of hurricanes for sure. Let's see. All right. Yeah, shout out to the spaceship cats. Facts. All right. That was actually a mistake. I didn't mean to close that window. There we go. Helen has got to go. And basically, what I'm going to do, I'll talk about some of the spooky stories, I read some paranormal stuff or whatever. Then that'll be it. But yeah, so that is Hurricane Cindy. Well, I'll show this for a second. Yeah, I remember this hurricane too. Yeah, see, it's going right over our city, right in that area, and I'm sure that all that weakened the levees. Another one, yeah, Hurricane Denise. Yeah, that one you could see. Take myself off for a second. Yeah, that one right by New Orleans also. Yeah, it just we got hammered. Yeah, I remember about that hurricane, and it was a hurricane with my aunt's name. All right, so here's like a mystery. This one is like about a mystery thing. And bring myself back. I see what you're saying, Bina. I'll get to it in a moment. Oh, I am back. Okay. People could see my camera's there. Okay, good. Bina says that's what I was saying. And right after Cindy was Denise, and then Katrina a month later. It was an awesome live. Gotta go walk the dog and go to bed. Good night, Alien. Okay, Bina, thank you for joining us, and enjoy doing that with your dog. And you have a good night. And see you later. All right. That's funny, Gam. That's funny. All right. Earth mysteries. Earth mysteries are a wide range of spiritual and religious ideas focusing on cultural and religious beliefs about the earth, generally with a regard for specific geographic locations of historic importance, similar to modern Durity. Durdry. Prehistoric monuments are a particular spiritual importance to believers in earth mysteries who consider certain locations to be sacred and are containing the active spiritual energies. The term alternative archaeology has also been used to describe the study of earth mystery beliefs. Okay, Gam, thanks. It's almost over with. I had just a little bit more to go for this late night special. So you see Stonehenge right here, and shout to all of you. I'm thankful for all the viewers and people that are tuning in. So you have this right here, and this is Stonehenge, and also actually, in fact, the in legends, Merlin was the one that built that with the help of the Nephilim, the giants. As long as you want, I'm dealt in, brother. Thank you, man. Thank you. The study of ley lines originates in 1920s with Alfred Watkins. The term Earth Mysteries for the field interest was coined about 1970. The Ley Hunter Journal and the associated concepts have been embraced and reinvented by movements such as the New Age movement and modern paganism during 1970s and 80s. Yes, the book. That was a mouthful. The Book of Enoch. Yes, facts. I sounded like I was high on some spaceship crack for a second. Some New Age believers engage in travel to locations they consider important according to their beliefs. For example, Stonehenge is popular destination among New Age seekers. History. The concept of Earth mysteries can be traced back to 17th century's Aquarians John Aubrey and William Stuckley, who both believed that Stonehenge was associated with the Druids. Stuckley mixed together ancient monuments and mythology towards an idealized vision of nature. Ley lines were postulated by Alfred Watkins in 1921 at a presentation at the Will Hope Naturalist Field Club a later published in early British Trackways 1922 and the Old Straight Track 1925, Whitkins formed the Old Straight Track Club in 1927, which active until 1935, but became defunct during the World War II period. So it has to do with the occult and the paranormal stuff, like the Book of Enoch was talking about the fallen angels, how and these beings, the Nephilim, and the magic stuff they're able to give humans. Now there is magic that was used in legends by Merlin for good, but these things usually have to do with occultic stuff in a non-godly way. And here's an important example: the link between that stuff and the UFOs, right here. A revival of interest in the topic began in the 1960s, now associated with neo-pagan currents like Wicca and with UFOlogy. Watkins Straight Track Club was revived in 1962 by Philip Heselton and others as Lay Hunters Club. The new club's journal, The Lay Hunter, was issued from 1965 to 1970, subtitled The Magazine of Earth Mysteries. You see, so it has to do with the UFO, with UFOlogy and Wicca. They're connected. And a lot of people in these occults have summoned UFOs. I'm not saying there's visitors from other planets and stuff. I'm not denying that, but I'm saying that a lot of these alien beings, alleged alien beings, or from, has to do with these other things in the Book of Enoch. More books on Earth mysteries appeared in the 1970s during topics such as ley lines, Earth energies, astroarchaeology, sacred landscapes, megalithic monuments, shamanism, paganism, and dowsing and folklore. So we see the link here, like in the 70s. Sarah, that may be watching or may see a rerun of this, she has had an experience in the 70s when these people in this New Age cult were trying to get her to get into this metaphysical cult, and she saw the person have these, evil-looking eyes that looked like, they were glowing, and they looked paranormal looking. And she got out the car because she hitched a ride, and these people looked demonic looking and they looked like supernatural looking, and they're trying to get her into this metaphysical cult. It has to do with this like ritualistic stuff, this magic stuff, and yet she was not interested. And this happened a lot in those time periods. That's when a lot of this stuff began. British writer John Ivme wrote a book in 1975 called The Sphinx and the Megaliths, in which he linked the Egyptian Sphinx to the British Stonehenge and other megalithic structures, writing that they were all built by a group of elite trained people. The New Age boom of the 1980s expanded the scope of the Earth mysteries field beyond the British landscape, and by 1990s could include the study of ancient sites and landscapes, including archaeology, the 1970s. Writer combining these fields during the 1970s. I'm back, Bina. Alright, so basically, so as I was saying, the ancient sites and landscape include archaeology, archaeoastronomy, and the Chinese geomancy of Feng Shui, Western magical concepts of gematria, and dowsing. An important writer combining these fields, including 1970s Yeah, a wild Bina has appeared. We're looky here. A Bina sighting. Mixed lines with folklore and archaeology, these ideas became popularized as Earth mysteries. Other 1980s authors on the subject of Earth mysteries include Paul Dervaux and Nigel Pennick. Well, thank you, Bina. I appreciate it. Feng Shui, sometimes called Chinese geomancy, is a traditional form of geomancy that originated in ancient China and claims to use energy forces to harmonize individuals with their surrounding environment. The term Feng Shui means literally wild water from ancient times. It reminds me of the center, people in the center of the earth theory. Now, there's a lot of, like, there's people under the earth. That was some theory. A lot of groups thought something's down there. Another mystery is actually Antarctica. That's a big mystery. There's all kinds of conspiracy theories about Antarctica. There's like a whole universe over there of different things, allegedly. Always watching, listening, judging. Look at the baby, look at the baby. Michael's book, The View Over Atlantis, mixed ley lines with folklore and archaeology. These ideas became popularized as Earth mysteries. Other 1980s authors on the subject of Earth mysteries include Paul Dervaux and Nigel Pennick. Yes, yes, I understood. Understood, Bina. All right. And Gam says it's from the movie Old School Alien. Ah, okay. Yeah, I thought that had to be from a movie that I did not see yet. Reception. Proponents consider the Earth mysteries to be scared, sacred, and mythopoeic rather than scientific. The ley lines idea has been generally ignored by the academic establishment. In the field of archaeology, the work of researchers who support the paranormal aspects of Earth mysteries have been exclusively criticized by professionals, debunkers such as James Randi, Martin Grander, and the Committee for Scientific Investigations of Claims of the Paranormal. The Earth Mysteries movements in Great Britain embraced the term ritual landscapes that was used in British archaeology starting in the 1980s with regards to sacred locations appeared used for mainly ceremonial purposes in the Neolithic and early Bronze Age. Concepts has been both adopted and criticized in the field of academic archaeology. Tourism associated with Earth mysteries movement in this regard is known as the landscape heritage segment of the market. All right. I don't know what this has to do with anything, but we'll go through this. We'll go read about this anyway. Harvard Exit Theater. The Harvard Exit Theater was a cinema located in Seattle, Washington. It was housed in a building built in 1925 by the Women's Century Club, which still meets there at the midday at the third Friday of the month. The building was sold in 1968 on the condition that the lobby be altered, which it has not been to this day. In the same year, it was converted into a cinema by Jim Osteen and Art Bernstein. Reports began to surface that the building was haunted by a woman. Okay, it does have to do with something. In 1920s garb. However, reports ceased in 1987. The theater was owned by Osteen and Harvard Investments and operated by Landmark Theaters until 2015, when developer Scott Shapiro purchased the building for conversion to an office and restaurant space. The Consulate of Mexico planned to move into lease space in the building at the consulate opened circa July 2018. Scared. Okay, Jenny Saffin, 1921 to 1982, was a British woman whose deletion from fire in 1982 is cited by paranormal researchers and authors as an example of spontaneous human combustion. So that must mean this means so a human just comes on fire by itself. And is reported to be the most recent suspect case in the UK. Aspects of the reports made immediately after her injury and deletion apparently supported the conclusion that her death was due to spontaneous human combustion. John Hamer devoted a chapter of his 1996 book, The Entrancing Human Combustion. John Hamer devoted a chapter of 1996 book's The Entrance Flame to the case. However, later research has cast doubt on some evidence and refutes the claim that her injuries were caused by spontaneous human combustion. Being a that's really cool, I would like to know about them. We have another wild Bina sighting. John Heimer devoted a chapter of his 1996 book of The Entrance Flame to the case. However, later research has cast doubt and some evidence and refutes the claims that her injuries were caused by spontaneous human combustion. Jenny Saffin was born in Edmonton, London, with the birth defects that caused intellectual disabilities, limiting her cognitive function to the level of a child. She was 61 years old when she was deleted. On the evening of September 15, 1982, she was in her family's home in Edmonton with her father, Jack Saffin, and her brother in law, Don Carol. Jenny was sitting with her father in the kitchen. Jack Saffin was looking away from Jenny when his attention was drawn to his daughter as she was suddenly on fire. Jack Saffin and his son-in-law Don Carroll put the fire using water from the kitchen, then called for an ambulance. Jenny was treated en route to the hospital by paramedics, admitted by North Middlesex Hospital, and transferred to the burn unit in Mount Vernon Hospital, where she was treated until she was deleted, caused by bronchial pneumonia due to burns 8 days after the original fire and injury. Relatives suggested at the inquest of the deletion could have been caused by spontaneous human combustion, but the coroner of Dr. John Burton said it was no such thing and gave an open verdict. So they're saying that they had this situation where people just come, like she got set on fire by herself, like it just happened on her own. It's like someone, you know, just gets lit up by themselves just magically, like some kind of being did it, or just some sort of phenomenon. And I hope that this never happens to any of us. It's like we're just chilling, I'm just sitting here, and then I start dropping some bars too hard and I get myself caught on fire. It's like that needs to not happen. So it's truly a mystery of what happened, or some paranormal thing could have occurred. Spontaneous human combustion. Saffin's case has been held as an example of spontaneous human combustion by paranormal researchers and authors Jack Saffin's son-in-law, Don Carroll, who was in home at the time of the fire, has stated that Jenny had flames coming from her mouth and made roaring noises like a dragon. Both Carol and Jack Saffin had repeatedly claimed that prior to Jenny being lit aflame, there was no source of ignition in the kitchen except the pilot light on the gas stove. Let's see. Carol also stated that Jenny's clothes were unburned and that there was no smoke damage. The kitchen interpretation of Haymure and Arnold's works have led to Saffin's case as being quoted as proof of spontaneous human combustion by researchers and authors anxious to make the case for spontaneous human combustion. Spontaneous human combustion. It's like, there's like some kind of sales commercial, and it's like you could order now, get 50% off your spontaneous human combustion. And, SHC. An alternate view debunks the evidence pointing towards Safin being an example of spontaneous human combustion. Proponents of the combustion theory have stated that Safin came to be burned inside an unburned clothes. However, later research noted by Joe Nichols suggested that Safin's clothes were burned in a written statement given at the time of Safin's death, 12 years before. The interview conducted by Hemir Carroll stated that Safin's clothes were severely burned. Also, police reports indicate that upon their arrival, constables witnessed Jenny's clothing burning and removed, and another putting out the flames. The source of flames has also been scrutinized by skeptics. It's like you're a skeptic in a septic tank. Go walk the plank. It's time to sneak and shank. Carroll has stated that the flames came from Safin's mouth. However, the medical evidence does not support this conclusion. Safin's mouth was undamaged according to hospital records. Medical reports and records also support the conclusion that the majority of Safin's burns were results of contact with burning of melted nylon from her clothing. The burning and melting patterns of her nylon clothing could make it appear that the fire was coming inside of Safin's body. Opponents of the spontaneous human combustion theory also have potential explanation for the source of the flame that ignited Safin's clothing, causing the fire. Carroll made several statements that only source of flames in the kitchen was the pilot light for the stove. In one interview, he specifically, I'm thinking about like, it's like I'm not making fun of this lady. It's horrible what happened to her. May she rest in peace. But it's like this pilot light is like, hey, honey, I got some, give me some sugar. And she took it literally and actually got caught on fire. It's like, it's really sad, but it's unfortunate that happened, but it's like, she got a little bit too close to the pilot light. I'm glad that we just had this light bulbs and stuff and we don't have these other kind of things there. Yeah, just be careful around fire. I mean, that's common sense, but common sense is not common. I mean, sense in general isn't common because of inflation. Or actually, in other words, it would be more common to have sense because there's so many of it, so much of it. Clothing caused the fire. Carroll made several statements that only source of flame in the kitchen was the pilot light for the stove. In one interview, he specifically noted that Jack Safin's pipe was unlit and filled with fresh tobacco. Nickel outlines the plausible explanation that Jack Safin knocked out used tobacco from his pipe in order to refill, and that while doing so caused lit embers of pipe tobacco to land on Jenny's clothing. Ooh, that's rough. Nichols suggests this is even more likely because of the time of the fire. The kitchen window and door were open, causing the cross between pipe embers, carried debris, and then landing on Safin's flammable nylon clothing would easily catch fire and cause several burns found in Safin's body on the autopsy. So we see right here that there's a supernatural explanation about human combustion, but also that people, that the conditions were right by being irresponsible, and it caused her to get set on fire because of, people being irresponsible. But it's presumed that it was spontaneous human combustion. Yes, yes, it is. Read about this. Spontaneous human combustion, concept of the spontaneous human combustion of a living human body without an apparent external source of ignition on the body. In addition to reported cases, descriptions of the alleged phenomenon appear in literature, and both types have been observed, share common characteristics, terms of circumstances, and remains of the victims. Scientific investigations have attempted to analyze the reported instances of SHC and have resulted in a hypothesis regarding the potential causes and mechanisms, including victim behavior and habits, alcohol consumption, and proximity to potential source of ignition, as well as behavior of fires that consume the melted fats. Natural explanations, as well as unverified natural phenomena, have been proposed to explain reports of SHC. Current scientific consensus that propose this involve overlooking external source of ignition. I'm about to look at chat in a moment. All right. Spontaneous references of death from a fire originated without an apparent external source of ignition, a brief that the fire starts within the body of the victim. This idea of spontaneous human combustion were That's hilarious. That's hilarious game. This idea, the term spontaneous human combustion, were both first proposed in 1746 by Paul Rowley and the Fellow of the Royal Society in the article published in Philosophical Transactions occurring mysterious death of Countess Camilla Zangari Bandy, writing the British medical in 1938 coroner Gavin Thunderston describes the phenomenon as having apparently attracted the attention not only the medical profession but non-medical professionals 100 years, referring to the Frederick cycle in 1995 book of Albai's Jerry combustion worldview over a period around 300 years. Characteristics. The topic referred to a coverage of the British Medical Journal 1938. An article by L.A. Perry cited 1823 published a book of medical jurisprudence which states the commodities among recorded cases in spontaneous human combustion include the following characteristics. You don't have to worry about that then, Billy. The victims are chronic alcoholics. They are usually elderly females. The body has not burned spontaneously, but some lighted substances has caused into contact with it. The hands and feet usually fall off. The fire has caused very little damage to combustible things in contact with the body. A combustion of the body left residue greasy and fested ashes to offense the odor. Alcoholism is a common theme in early SHC, literally references in part because of the Victorian era physicians and writers believed spontaneous human combustions was a result of alcoholism. An extensive 2 year research project involving 30 historical cases alleged SHC was conducted in 1984 by science investigators Joe Nickell and forensic analyst John F. Fisher. Their lengthy 2 part report was published in the Journal of International Association of Arson Investigators, as well as part of a book. Nickell, also written frequently on the subject, appeared on television documentaries, conducted additional research, and lectured the New York State Academy Fire Science, Montier Falls, New York, as guest instructors. Nickell and Fisher's investigation, which looked at cases in the 18th, 19th, 20th century, showed that burned cavities were close to plausible sources of ignition: candles, lamps, fireplaces, and so on. Such sources were often omitted in published accounts. These incidents, presumably to deepen the aura of mystery surrounding an apparently spontaneous death. The investigations also found that there was correlation between alleged SHC deaths and victims' intoxication, which could conceivably have caused them to be careless and unable to respond properly to an accident where the destruction of the body was not particularly extensive. A primary source of this combustion fuel could possibly have been the victim's clothing or a covering such as a blanket or a comforter. However, when there were destruction was extensive, additional fuel sources were involved, such as a chair, stuffing, floor coverings, the flooring itself, and the like. Investigators described how such materials helped retain melted fat, which caused more of the body to burn and destroy, yielding still more liquid fat and cyclic prop cyclic properties process known as wick effect or candle effect. So it's interesting to see there's how there could have been something there and they just don't know what the cause of them catching on fire was, but there's probably something flammable around and the two ingredients came together to do it. And maybe there's some paranormal explanation too, possibly. But so it's basically that something was around and it caused it to combust. According to Nickel Fisher's investigation, nearby objects often remained undamaged because the fire tends to burn upward but burns laterally with some difficulty. The fires in question are relatively small, achieving considerable destruction by the wick effect, and relatively nearby objects may not be close enough to catch themselves, much as one can closely approach a modest campfire without burning. As well, other mysteries, Nickel and Fisher cautioned against a single simplistic explanation for a unusual burning deaths, but rather urged investigations on individual bias. Neurologist Stephen Novelia has stated that the skepticism about spontaneous human combustion is now bleeding over into becoming a popular skepticism about spontaneous combustion. Combustion. She says, I don't remember last time I ate Taco Bell. I ate it a few years ago. A 2002 study by Angie M. Christensen of the University of Tennessee cremated both healthy and osteoporotic samples of human bones and compared the resulting color change in fragment. The study found that osteoporotic bone samples consistently displayed more discoloration and greater degree of fragmentation than healthy ones. The same study found that when human tissue is burned, the resulting flame produces a small amount of heat, indicating that the fire is unlikely to spread from burning tissue. (2004). All right. Yeah, it is quite a while ago. Suggested examples. Examples. And explanations. Crikey. The scientific consensus is that the incidents which might appear as spontaneous combustions did in fact have an extreme external source. Ignition that has spontaneous human combustion with an external ignition source is extremely implausible. Pseudoscientific hypotheses have been presented which an attempt to explain how SHC might occur without an external flame source. Benjamin Randford, science writer and deputy editor of the science magazine Skeptical. Hey, Steve, good to see you. Spontaneous human combustion without an external ignition source implausible. Pseudoscientific hypotheses have been presented with an attempt to explain how SHC might occur without an external flame source. Benjamin. Ranford, science writer and deputy editor of the science magazine Skeptical Inquiry, casts doubts on the plausibility spontaneous human combustion. Quote, if SHC is real phenomenon, why doesn't it happen often? There are 8 billion people in the world today in 2024. Crikey. And yet we don't see reports of people bursting into flames. They only burst into flames when I start dropping bars. And then the flames go up very far. I start to everything I drop scars and chars. Burrito. Ooh. That was something that Woody the Woodpecker would say. And that Woody the Woodpecker is this little critter in an old cartoon, and he makes funny noises, and you know, it's on like the old cartoon station. It's really funny. There are a billion people in the world today, in 2024. Reports of bursting in, and yet we don't see reports of people bursting into flames. While walking down the street attending football games, I got Cajun burritos. That's why I'm in the Hall of Fame. And I get fresh sugar from sugarcane. I go on safaris with Gam to see the wild things in the chats. And then I drop bars and create more balls of flames. Sipping coffee at a local Starbucks. So people don't seem to combust into a ball of flames for no reason. It seems that it just happens randomly. Because people, there's something flammable around. Yeah, he's a good safari guy. Yeah. Natural explanations. Almost all postulated cases of SHC involve people. Yes, yes, I did see Gam's stream, and he did very good. Thank you, Steve. And yeah, shout out to Gam. And I'm glad that he's talking about the Jersey Devil, and he's talking about those different things. It's very important that more people talk about it. Smoking is often seen as a source of fire. And I think a lot of politicians are liars. I think that I am right. Fly them out of outer space and leave them there on an asteroid, like flying a kite. I think that right now a lot of people had enough of the inflation because money and everything is getting kind of tight. Big time. It's big time right now because I have been starting to rhyme. Uh-oh. Steve, the fly them down to North Carolina and leave them there. Thanks, Steve. Glad you enjoyed the stream. I like to personally eat. Personally, my mint and chip is my favorite ice cream. Starbucks Karens are demons in disguise. I think it's time to give everybody a high five because being a roasted and toasted, it's a full meal. Although, and who cares if it's past 9? I am up really late. I go beyond space and time. Not PB and chocolate. This is time to get a specific chocolate called Mexican chocolate. It stays fresh for years. It's good survival food. Better than oil. It's as good as oil in a car that's crude. Thanks, game. I appreciate that. Thanks for the shout out. Bina says black walnut ice cream and lemon ice cream for me. I think that that sounds delicious, and that saying in itself sounds right for me. That's some obscure shit, Bina. It's time to rap because I'm rapping like a full sports arena. The verses dance around like ballerinas. Venus says she's stocked up on dark chocolate from the Aztecs and the Mayans. It's time to eat so much chocolate that, for me to eat so much chocolate, that I start acting like a mine. Because my business, I am mining. So yeah, imagine like there's like people at Starbucks and you just catch on fire for no reason. Crikey, another wild Bina sighting. Yes, Bina. It's nice to see all these wild Bina sightings. It's like, yes, Bina, I freestyled and I gave you all a full course meal. I even I even got all the fruit and started the peel. Oh yeah. And also, yeah, a shout out to Bina right here. And yeah, basically when I get tired, I start going into these other personalities start coming out. I remember like she thought that I was drinking something. Now my aunt one time asked me that, but it's just like what Dali said is that you go and they asked him if he takes drugs, but he said no, I am drugs. Like that's basically what we know what I am. And Spina says, "All snap, Alien is the new Slim Shady." Facts. And Steve says, "Even gave you a full course meal. Even gave you a kiss from Rose like Seal." Oh, I got Steve dropping bars. We're speeding faster than fast cars. It's like NASCAR. And all you people would know me as a bar. My bars are so good, I'm a Willy Wonka candy bar. Oh no, and I get eaten up like a chocolate bar every day when I go to different streams on YouTube. Yeah, it's a fact. It's a fact. Yeah, Bina is like, what is up with these Earthlings? With these not Earthlings. What's up with these aliens? You know, this alien keeps on. I'm causing Bina psychological confusion, and I keep on causing fusions that aren't supposed to be there. You need the crystal vodka, the crystal skull vodka from Gam and I got that exclusively. And then I start focusing on the trials like sleuthly. That's a shame, Bina. We need to get more supplies of vodka. No, I have a big handle. Yes, you are the storm from Jupiter, and I like that. I like that. And yeah, you're the storm from Jupiter, and I'm this alien. I'm this crazy alien that likes to go into that hurricane, and I like her to expose me for being a goofy, naughty alien. I like it. And Steve says I don't condone it, alien. Shout out to Steve for encouraging me to stay safe and be a sober alien. I'm already switching colors like a chameleon. And I got to be careful, Bina. I got to be very careful here because I don't want to start having a combustion. I might just get set on fire for no reason if I keep on being too goofy. Yeah, Bina is a storm from Jupiter. Facts. They don't have hurricanes as powerful as Bina on this planet. Only on Jupiter. Steve says, I'm troubled all night. I've been trying to write an article about what spirituality can help people in 2024 and keep failing. And you see, I understand, and I believe as a door closes and closes, you're getting closer to a success. And you'll outdo all the rest. And in the end, you'll become the best at that topic. Yeah, so just, I'd say, keep practicing and don't give up, and you eventually get it right. You have to put the oxygen mask on first to first help others. You have to put the oxygen mask on yourself first to help others. I like what path practice is practical right now. Facts. Bro got bars. Smoking is often seen as a source of fire. Natural causes such as heart attacks may lead to victim dying subsequently. Dropping these bars like speeding fast and quickly like Bentley. The cigarettes which after a period of smoldering can ignite the victim's clothes. I think when these people start combusting, it's time to get out the hose. I'm not trying to become a teacher, it's for myself. That is the best thing to do. It's good to have hobbies when you do that for yourself. I write articles is what I do. I am in a spaceship doing all kinds of goofy experiments, and Bina's calling me out. And then I jump out and say boo. But Bina, beware, I'm a mighty shrew. The combustion can continue for as long as the fuel is available. This combustion can continue for as long as the fuel is available. So, like, the Wick effect. So this is like a John Wick. He has his own, like, he astral projects himself and causes people to go in combustion after they stop, when they do not start hushing. Hypothesis suggests that a small external flame source, such as a burning cigarette, chars the clothing of a victim of a location. I thought she said to boil and go to sleep, but she said boy go to sleep. It's like I didn't know my name was Boyle, but I didn't realize that was on my name tag. See, I didn't get enough sleep because on my name tag it says Boyle and boy. I didn't realize that. Without Bina here, we'd be lost. Shout out to Bina though, cool people. Boy go to sleep, acting goofy, like you haven't had sleep in days because all of the stuff I went through caused me to go an eternal ball of flames. And then I start bursting out, and Bina's like, what is this going on here? I've not seen this before. I need to go and just close my front door. This alien keeps rhyming hypnotically, that's for sure. No, I should say how Miss Hilton says it. That's for sure. Like not like a sure but sure, like a shoreline. Combustion and hushin don't rhyme. Well, welcome Bina to my dimension. It was about time. The Wiki effect hypothesis suggests that a small external flame source. I'm a small external flame source, but I get bigger and bigger. The hypothesis suggests that a small external flame source, such as burning cigarettes, chars the clothing victim at a location, splitting the skin, releasing subconscious fat, which is turning absorbed into the burned clothing, acting wick. This combustion can continue because what I'm dropping is going to be sick. For as long as the fuel is available, the hypothesis, because has been successfully tested with pig tissue inconsistent with evidence recovered from causes of human combustion. The human body typically has enough stored rainbow energy and fat, other chemical stores to fully combust the body. Even lean people have several pounds of fat. Pounds. Alright, I have to go see this real quick. The human body typically has enough stored energy and fat, other chemical stores to fully combust the body. Even lean people have several pounds of fat in their tissue. This fat, once heated by burning clothes, wicks, and clothing candle wax drawn, because of the stuff you go through, makes you so gay. And it makes me not really gay because it's not so happy. But the land of darkness and rainbow or not, I'm a magnet for all of the ladies. So either way, it's a rainbow. At the end of the rainbow, there is a pot of gold, of alien gold. And also, she says that is for sure. Mama is a whore. Give her a few more dollars. She will give you more. And Bina has to go and see on the shore that aliens have minds of asteroids, so they do not have to go down to the mothership. And that is it. Lilo, and Stitch. I know, Bina. I like it. I'm enjoying it. Right. And Bina is freestyling too, even though it's time to go and rock the boat and bring everybody with us too. Bina is rhyming with me, my rap gang. It's time for us. It's really late. We have to show our fangs. Because we go out with the spaceship with a bang. Even the gay fangs. Yeah, shout out to Bina. I like your rhymes, Bina. Very good. I do it with my friends all the time. Scalding can cause burning like injuries, sometimes leading to death without setting fire to clothing, although not acceptable in cases where the body is charred and burnt. This has been suggested as cause and at least claimed SHC like even. And Bina, don't get me started about small nights, okay? Small nights matter. You're laughing so hard. I understand that, but small nights are great and they're fine. I will not accept judgment on that. Opinions are accepted, but my small night right here is great. Big nights are my favorite, but for me they're too overrated. Rafford claims in developing countries the figure can be as high as 40. Sometimes there are reasonable explanations for the deaths, but proponents ignore official autopsies, contradictory evidence in favor of anecdotal. Sometimes there are reasonable explanations for deaths, but proponents ignore official autopsies and contradictory evidence in the favor of anecdotal accounts and personal testimonies. Annihilating, digesting phosphorus in different forms may lead to formations of phosphorine with auto-ignite. Right, because Bina knows when I see that, I start to ignite. She knows. She knows. Larry E. Arnold, Hey Arnold, in his 1995 book, Al Blaze, proposed a pseudoscientific new subatomic particle which he called pyretron. Arnold also wrote that the flammability of a human body could increase by certain circumstances, like increased alcohol in the blood. He further proposed that extreme stress could be the trigger of starts many combustions. The process may use no external oxygen to spread throughout the body, since it may not be oxidation reduction. Reaction, however, no reaction mechanisms have been proposed. Researcher Joe Nickel. Joe Nickel. Ahoy. Researcher Joe Nickel has criticized Arnold's hypothesis as based on selective evidence argument from ignorance. In his 1976 book Fire from Heaven, UK writer Michael Harrison suggests that SHC is connected to poltergeist activity because he argues the force that activities in the poltergeist originates in and is supplied by human being. Within the concluding summary, Harrison writes, SHC fatal or non-fatal belongs to the extensive range of poltergeist phenomena. John Abrahamson suggested that ball lightning, it's Hansel the Owl. Uh-oh. Now that's the highlight of the night. It's the Hansel Owl. Could account for spontaneous human combustion. Quote, this circumstantial only, but the charming of human limbs, seen in a number of ball lightning cases, are very suggestive that this mechanism may also have occurred where people had limbs combusted, says Abrahamson. On 2 July 1951, Mary Reeser, a 67-year-old woman, was found burnt to deletion in her house after her landlady realized that her house's doorknob was usually warm. The landlady notified the police, and upon entering the home, they found Reeser's remains completely burned into ash, with only one leg remaining. The chair she was sitting in was also destroyed. Reeser took sleeping pills and was also a smoker, despite its proliferation in popular culture. This contemporary FBI investigation ruled out the possibility of SHC. A common theory was that she was smoking a cigarette after taking sleeping pills and then fell asleep while... Yeah, it was Hillary. Exactly. The chief, the commander-in-chief got it right. It was Hillary. Great work. Sleeping pills, fall asleep while still holding burning cigarette, which could have ignited her gown, ultimately leading to her death. Her daughter-in-law stated, quote, the cigarette dropped her lap, her fat... when I laugh at night, I sound like Vincent Price, like some sort of like a villain. Like, it's crazy. The cigarette dropped to her lap, and her fat was the fuel that kept her burning. Are we talking about whales here or humans? The floor was cement, and the chair was by itself. Help. There was nothing around her to burn. I didn't know that could cause that. I didn't know, okay? Margaret Hagen, a 86-year-old woman who lived in a house in Prussia Street, Dublin, Ireland, was found burned alive to the point of complete destruction on 28 March 1970. Plastic flowers on a table in the center of a room had been reduced to liquid, and a television with a metal screen 12 feet from the armchair. Scared. In which the ashen remains were found. Otherwise, the surroundings were almost untouched. Her 2 feet and both legs from below the knees were undamaged. A small coal fire had been burning in the grate when neighbor left the house previous day. However, no connection between his fire and that what Miss Hagen died could be found. An inquest held on the 3rd of April 1970 recorded by the burning, which caused the list of unknown. All right. All right. Go here. And it's hard to see alien spaceship when his microphone, I mean, with his. All right, so basically, we have reached the end of the show for the night. And also, basically, we'll be live tomorrow night, but this is, a very fun show. And we had some very good laughs with Bina and chat. And basically, we have Bina saying maybe because she put moonshine in the vase instead of water. Ah, that makes sense. A little bit of a mix-up. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, so basically, we have and no more pixie sticks, Bina. Yeah, so basically, I do agree with Bina that probably was the case because these people are putting something there that caused the combustion to happen, but they didn't realize it. I had ice cream and sardines. This beat is sick and mean. Also slick and lean. And also we have that, so yeah, final words and everything. Yeah, so yeah, basically I enjoyed the stream tonight. It was very good. And I appreciate the little crowd we had and people here and all. And it's important to have teamwork, and I'm glad for that. I'm glad for the chat messages and stuff that you all say, and you all know that Bina doesn't play. Y'all know that now. And ice cream. All right. Yeah. So everybody have a very good night, good morning, and I'm researching these spooky stories, and because of the Halloween season, and we doing more tomorrow. And also bid you all a good night. All right. Peace.